everyone. I'll call this meeting to order at 8:02 here in the Committee of the Whole room. Not believe we have any remote electronic attendance, so we'll move to our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have an invocation today?
It's already going to be a long day.
All right. Roll call, please.
Alderman Williams.
Present.
Macias.
Present.
Went.
Present.
Timian.
Present.
Moyer.
Present.
O'Brien.
Present.
Waldron.
Present.
Schmidt.
Present.
All right, is there any public comment this morning? All right. Questions on the agenda? All right, and we will move to our agenda, 2022 budget work session. I just have a couple words before we get started to offer a few guiding thoughts as we take a deep dive on the budget this morning. It's been shown that high-functioning organizations operate from a premise that assumes everyone is coming to a project with the best of intentions. I know for certain that no one on this council wants to be wasteful with public dollars or frivolous with our priorities. This common agreement to use fiscal restraint as we stare down a recession is a great place for us to start together and keeps us tethered to our stated core values of innovation, adaptability, and resiliency. This morning, I urge you to also continue to align the choices you make for the budget with our strategic plan, as this alignment is also critical for maintaining momentum on identified needs, delivering on our core value of service and engagement. That should not be interpreted as thinking we need to do everything now or keep every project on our list. Rather, it should be seen as a call to align our emphasis on infrastructure, quality of place, and the economy in that order in our budget. And as we move forward, let's strive for a budget that fills critical needs, keeps us and our residents on solid financial footing, and does not create future financial woes for the city. So with that, Mr. Vitas.
Well, that's hard to follow up on, but I like it. All of the above. I think it's a fair statement that the budget in front of you really represents exactly those core values that this council established last year. The plan that the council adopted, and that has been the focus of this administration and the staff all along. We have not departed from that path. The budget does not depart from that direction. And with that, I will say that the budget in front of you still remains balanced across all funds. The recommendation that is there has been slightly modified since we met Tuesday when Carol presented it to you. And just kind of a high-level summary before I turn it over to Carol. If you look into the budget, you'll see that there was closure of TIF number 1 at the end of December. There'll be an additional $512,828 that is built into this budget, operating budget. There's about $28,861 representing new construction. Basically, building permitting that took place here in the city. There's a reduction across all properties of $11,320. Maybe 70 if my writing is bad. But it represents a total budget increase of $528,000 as opposed to what you saw on Tuesday. With that, it would actually bring the rate itself, not the levy dollars, but the actual tax rate that gets spread and extended across the preliminary values to be determined, I guess, in April, May. Reduces it by 8.8 cents, resulting in an extension rate of 1.85579. And that is the revised recommendation for the council to consider today going forward. With that, I'll turn it over to Paul.
And so, yes, we're very pleased. Barry, Bob, and I met for several hours to just talk about property taxes in general. And we were coming to the conclusion that we wanted to make recommendations for council consideration to reduce some costs of over $500,000 in the general fund. And those are comprised of potentially a $250,000 in outside legal. And that would not necessarily just be Ansel Blank, it could be other city attorneys and potential chargebacks from outside attorneys and liability as well. And then as we hit the major large projects today, we're also recommending, we talked about increasing the master plan for the downtown, $250,000. We had already had $250,000 in the CED budget. So we are recommending, let's hold off on that. Let's see how far the first $250,000 goes. If we need the other $250,000, we'll add to it and amend the budget if necessary. So that gives us $500,000. So we'd be reducing the general fund by $500,000 and then transferring $500,000 over to parks because that's where the levy rate will be reduced is in the parks fund. Is $500,000 of property taxes to parks. And we're going to go through all that in a little bit of detail. But we wanted to give you a heads up because as you know, Lori was really busy here changing out copies of the book. We also have all the updated schedules on the website now. It's under finance. And you'll see all the changes to all the schedules with a lower recommendation on property taxes. So we were really pleased to bring that to you for your consideration this morning. And the only taxes that we're really looking at now, it's still an increased levy overall, but it is primarily, like Bob said, it is coming from the crossover of TIF 1 as well as new construction that is coming on board. And when we go through it in a little while, you'll see on our existing properties citywide, residential and commercial will actually see a decrease of only $11,000. Some are still up, some are down slightly. $11,000. And on the average residential homeowner, it's about $1, basically breaking even on a average sized home, and a $2 decrease in commercial property on an average commercial property. And we'll go through that in detail. So we were really pleased. Like I said, we spent several hours here going through that and then changing everything out. So we're interested in your thoughts when we get to that point. And with that, I'm just going to start it off quickly. As you know, we have met several times already. We've done the CIP extensively back in September. We went through the user fees and all the utility funds back in September. We have a work session on all these major large projects. So today, we're going to revisit that from a very broad standpoint and to see if you are wanting to move forward or if you have any final changes before we adopt the budget. We have 24 items on the agenda. It looks very intimidating, but a lot of these are notes to you, just some highlights that I wanted everyone to be aware of. We tried to highlight every big significant material change. So the council has an awareness of that. But there's 24 items. We have just shy now of 6 hours to get everybody out of here by 2 o'clock. So on the average, if we can go through the agenda items on an average about 15 minutes per item, we will get through it. Some will take longer, some less, but on the average about 15 minutes. And so with that, I'm going to move right on. And I'm going to kind of go quickly. Please stop when you have questions, but I don't want anyone to feel rushed. But I'll keep moving unless you stop me. So the first item, we've already talked about that now, Bob's recommendation. And then before we get started, because this is going to hit in several upcoming items, I'd like you to turn to tab 31, pages 13 and 13 through 16. It's the very last page. Sorry. See, makes you feel good, that's right. But I wanted to give you a heads up. We did have requests for payments for this year. And if you turn, I'm going to try not to rush this because if you want to take a look at this, you have to look at it. We have a very nice letter from Alex from Moline. She is requesting consideration of council on the second page on 14, continuing the $75,000 that we have been giving to Renew Moline. In the past, we have split that fee between 4 TIFs. As you know, TIF 1 is now closing, so we are still going to split it between the TIFs, but it'll be between 3. TIF 5, 11, and 13. So each one is $25,000. and that is already built into the budget. But Alex wanted you to consider that ongoing, money. Then in addition, she's requesting money for the Moline Center, $125,000. And again, that's already built into our budget, but we want council to be aware of it if you have any other thoughts. Part of that is coming from,
How much did we pay Moline Center last year when we did?
it's virtually the same amount. It's almost exactly
There's no
the same.
increase.
Yes, and it's a combination of the general fund, which has always come from our Main Street program, and then from the SFAs. So we've crossed that over. And then the last one, this is in addition, Alex was asking for consideration for the Moline CDC for $75,000. I have earmarked that right now tentatively through ARPA funds. But if the council has somewhere else, would you rather have that come from, or different ideas on funding? I wanted to throw that out that Alex did request that as well for MCDC. And we'll get to that as we go through the funds. The next one was a request from the Public Arts Commission. And that is just for some ongoing consideration for funding for $150,000.
Not included in the budget.
We have a discussion point for council's consideration. As you know, we've got cannabis funds that may be coming on board that are not allocated right now entirely. And so there would be some extra money potentially available if council would like to consider getting some money out of that cannabis fund.
I don't think I really want to do that, but was I correct in reading that it wasn't budgeted
No,
in?
it's not officially budgeted, but she's requesting ongoing funding.
Sure. And we should have several projects coming through this year on the city that should have a percentage contribution to the public art fund. 7th Avenue reconstruction would be one, I believe, and
Well, 19th will happen.
yeah, and I guess I'm just asking, has that contribution been accounted for in the project budgets?
Not yet. Yeah, when it comes through, we will probably account for that when it comes to me.
Fair to say too, that project is gonna be a few years out as well.
Well, but 19th is out this year.
Ron,
So it goes to be 2% of that.
Yeah, actually, it would be great if I could call on everyone for the floor. It's still open.
Your Honor, if is it appropriate if we want to reduce something or add something to make a motion to do it?
Is this the time for that, or did you have more overview to do?
I wanted you to be thinking about this as we transition into some of those funds, but certainly if you have something you want us to be thinking about.
Had long thoughts.
That,
Surprises nobody. I would recommend, based on the 2% they're going to get for these projects that we don't fund, I make a motion not to fund them 150 at all. Go off the projects.
There a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Schmidt, seconded. Discussion? Anything further, Mr. Alden? All right, what's your point?
Yeah, do we have any idea what that 2% is? I mean, I know that there's a
It's just
CIP in there for 19th is, I don't.
I'm so sorry, I don't. Alex is the one that's been kind of working with that, and as projects come on board, the 2% is out there, but she did not have a projection of that when we were compiling the budget.
I mean, I think that maybe we should wait until we get down to number 9, because that's when we're actually talking about the cannabis, and that's where it's earmarked at that point. But I just don't want to jump the gun, so I guess I move to table it until we get to number 9, because that's what the.
I'll second that table.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hey,
That motion passes 6-2.
And to,
Schmidt and Walter. Mr. Vita.
Just a comment on that, on the Public Arts Commission request, just be advised that there was already $150,000 that was set aside out of ARPA specifically to the Public Art Commission, and I don't believe any of that has been used yet, to my knowledge.
It was actually the general fund, and the end result came out of the general fund, but no, it has not been spent yet.
Yeah, and the project that they were suggesting underneath the new viaduct on River Drive, that project was nixed by IDOT. So you're aware of it.
They're moving.
Oh, we knew
to
that.
another project.
This week or?
No,
It's like
probably in
last
the last 2 or 3 weeks, second quarter.
Oh.
And I got nothing in writing, just a verbal.
All right,
They like
moving
their
on.
lights.
Keep
We
moving
have
on.
15 minutes for the first item. The next one is tab 1. It's the very last page. This is going to take us a little bit of time. Possibly. I know it is a workout. And this is our large projects that we discussed at the end of September. We have broken this sheet out by funding source, and we took all the notes from that meeting and we compiled this spreadsheet. I just want confirmation that we are doing what council is wanting, and if you're wanting some changes further, we'll make those today if you're prepared to do that. So if we could just very kind of quickly go down through that list, and I've got a column over there. If you take it out of your binder, you can actually make some notes and we can get head nods if that's okay, Mayor. We can get head nods as we go through. The I-74 corridor, this is the purchase of the heritage. That's pretty much, we're going to be closing on that in November. We've got $2 million that are going to come out of ARPA, and $1.1 million will be a drawdown on the general fund. And we are going to defer the demo until future years when funding is available. That's the first one. Any questions, comments? The next one is the 7th Avenue reconstruction. As you know, we were very fortunate to get that $3 million federal grant, and we are needing the $5.7 million of a match. We have piecemealed, that's word to say, a lot of different funding sources to make that happen. The first money that is going to be needed for the match, we are projecting. Again, this is the projected timeline on that project. And we've got several months to complete it.
Hang on, we gotta make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you, literally. Go ahead.
Are we good to go? Just very quickly, the first year of spending on a city match will be 2023 for $1,250,000. That's coming from a combination of $750 MFT and $500,000 of ARPA. As you know, we had ARPA across the board every year for infrastructure projects, so we're going to actually earmark this project as the funding for the ARPA. The next year is $1.5 million of home rule and an additional 2.65 of ARPA. And again, already built into the ARPA funds. The home rule is because of debt dropping off. We're not going to be issuing bonds with the direction from council. So we're going to be paying cash for these projects. So that makes up the second year, $4.1 million. And then we've got additional home rule that we're going to earmark for this project in 25. We've got it covered.
So will these actually be spent in those years, or is it just kind of?
It's earmarked now. I mean, it's a budget. When you've got a 3-year budget, as David works through, the actual timing of the construction as we phase through it, this might shuffle, but we are going to restrict these funds so that whenever it hits, even if it goes out to 26, which it may, that we know that these are earmarked and will not be spent on something else. Yes, so we've got it. So you can see, if it doesn't get spent, you'll see some fund balances going up, but there's a reason why.
Question for David.
Thank you.
David, it's 5 years to grant, send it.
I'm uncertain. I'd have
I
to.
thought it was like 5 years for spend that grant, but
We still have
we'll have plenty of time.
2026 to spend the ARPA.
As well.
That's.
And that will be some of the first funds in. That'll be the ARPA.
Okay.
Okay, I'm so good with that. The next one was direction from the council to have the Parks Department draw down their fund balance for $323,000 for the bid that came over bid on the base pool amount.
Questions?
Yeah, do they need our permission to draw down their reserves?
Not necessarily, but we just wanted to make sure the council was aware of that because we had asked potentially for some additional funding instead of drawing it down, and the direction was given to draw down. The next one is the Riverside tennis, futsal, parking, and road work. Council wanted to defer the tennis and the futsal, but have the general fund pay for the parking lot and roads. And so that will be a drawdown from the general fund for that project. Okay, I'm seeing some nods. Mr. Ward?
Yeah, I saw on the CIP for the parks that then there's additional parking lot the following year. Is that just like, is that on the other side for Little League, or is that?
Yeah, that's
addition
along
to
like the
this?
Mausoleum Road. So in between the one ways, doing some work on that road and updating some of that parking that's for the Little League as well.
So is that like on the road coming in, or because I thought that the parking lot, this 8, was everything basically between.
It's the road by tennis, the road by Mausoleum, the new parking lot. That's 151,000. 151 spots, and then the additional would be for the year or two later would be taking away like the turnaround for the Mausoleum, adding parking there to increase for Little League, and then up by the road for Moline.
Oh, okay. So that doesn't include that redo in front of the Mausoleum. This 880 doesn't include that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be an alternate if the bids come in lower than expected.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Let's continue. The next item, the park offices have been deferred until future funding becomes available, most likely after 2025. Then we did get a nod to proceed with the programming study and location analysis for the potential new fire station, Central Station, for $111,000. That's in the current year, the 22 budget, and we've already got that in the amendments that we'll be presenting in December. So a drawdown on the general for that. The City Hall basement remodel has been put on hold. And the flood mitigation, we had earmarked 53rd and the railroad, regardless if that project proceeds or not, that money will be available for the flood mitigation. If we continue with the 53rd and railroad, we may need an additional $250,000, and that would be recommended to be drawn down from the general funding to pay for that. But $1 million in total was set aside with ARPA, and then potentially a drawdown on the general fund for the additional $250 that might be needed for that project. Okay, I'm continuing to look through some nods. 16th Street and Avenue of the City intersection. As you know, we had actually deferred that project for we wanted some council input on this. It is in here now with large projects and has been earmarked to be paid with cash from home rule sales taxes.
On this project, I'm curious to know about how the scope increased from what we originally approved, and like what am I getting for the increase?
Mr. Dry.
It originally was a traffic signal replacement study, and then I understand that they started reviewing some lane reductions, which I think the right turn lane in front of Whitey's was an area that they wanted to focus on. And then there were also additional considerations for reducing the numbers of lanes on Avenue of the City in 16th Street as well, which is where the cost started to creep up with some curve changes. And I think Alder Went was involved. We might have additional observations as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been up there in that swoosh corner. If you want to go up to Whitey's or to Country Style, you know, I wouldn't have my kid stand anywhere near that area. And so the idea is to shrink the intersections, the distance between curbs to get rid of that swoosh corner. We're also through Complete Streets talking about a road diet on 16th heading south, and so that if we then reduce some lane at that intersection as well, that would help with that whole process.
Mr. Dryer, I have question, or maybe it's also for Chief Galt. Do we have a history of traffic incidents on that corner that is requiring this correction?
The right turn lane in front of Whitey's is not terribly pedestrian friendly. It is something that we would like to.
Right, but do we have data
Yes, we
that
have.
shows
we
it's
have,
not?
We have some crash data. It would be a good project.
Mr. Schmidt?
How are we gonna deal with that backing up the traffic in that corner during peak times?
We hired Gawalt, the traffic engineering firm, and they did some analysis. Some of the things were didn't have significant impact. Some of the other concepts that were thought about did, and that's kind of where we're at this little friction right now and trying to work out what we can do to make it better while not creating serious traffic issues there.
No, and I think that just has to be a consideration. It's a very
Oh,
busy
absolutely.
intersection all morning and all
It's the route from 19th to 16th Avenue of the Cities to 74 is a heavily traveled piece. 16th Street from Avenue of the Cities to the south, the volumes dropped significantly. We also had Gawalt look at that, and they made that recommendation. Going from the 4 to 3 lanes, it'll handle the traffic and it'll improve safety and provide facilities for bikes, which is a goal as well. So that'll be a good project in my opinion.
I'd like to add something, and then Mr. Timoney next. I would say, given some parts of the community's resistance to new patterns, especially with the road diets, the feedback we've gotten about those, I would say if the council says, yes, this should stay on the table the way you're envisioning, et cetera, for this amount of money, some education of the public about such a significant area. I mean, it's heavily traveled for school events at Wharton, et cetera. I just think that would be very, very helpful in people understanding why we're doing what we're doing.
Just a question. You mentioned, we're still kind of working out design final specifications. Will this be shovel ready in 23 as a result of that potential delay?
I think if it's a priority that council, we can push for it.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the issues, and I'm not sure if you guys are going to talk about doing another traffic count, because the first traffic count was done when John Deere Road was completely under construction, so that may have altered traffic patterns of more people taking Avenue of the Cities because John Deere Road was completely torn up. And then the second one was done when there was construction happening on the off ramps at Avenue of the Cities. And so that probably altered the, so now that we're past the construction on both of those major areas, that was one of the concerns, because some of the data then said, oh yeah, there's huge volumes. Well, yeah, that's a bunch of people from John Deere Road coming up. So I think that will be something,
Mr. Schmidt, I have to step out for a second, but Mr. Macias is Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be right.
Yeah, and I do think that through most of the day, that is not a heavy intersection, but
it's about 15, 20 minutes.
It is between my home and the daycare, and so I am going through it 2 or 4 times a day. I mean, it's I've seen that, and I just concerned backing it up right in, because then if it backs up too much more, we're talking about running interstate traffic as well.
Well, and I'll just add, I live right by there, and every morning it's so busy. It does get really backed up, and also I think there's just not enough space, like from the Laurentiida to Whitey's, and even people going in and out of that restaurant. It's a problem a lot of times. So there's definitely some unique challenges beyond just a traffic pattern that affect some of those businesses. But whatever data we can get and compile all those things, I would be supportive of it. I travel every single morning. So, any other comments? All right, so move along.
Okay, and we have earmarked personal sales tax to help pay for that project. And the next one is the Arsenal Viaduct redecking and the pedestrian letdown. As you know, the scope of that project has increased, and we needed to come up with some additional funding in the amount of $1,388,000. And again, we are taking some of the additional home rule sales tax over the course of 22 through 25 to help pay for that project and get it done.
Now, is there an additional 2 million that's also budgeted that didn't?
Yeah, the city's entire share is $3,388,000, and we had already accounted for that in the CIP. And now we're going to be adding the additional match from Moline.
So I guess why isn't that included on here? I mean, everything else, whether it's ARPA, whether it's Hulu or whatever, that's.
This is only the additional up for projects. And when we get to CIP, 2 more items down, we'll see where the total amount. These projects on this list are now incorporated into the entire CIP program by year. Okay?
Yes.
How much has the Arsenal showed an interest in, in doing anything? I mean, they made a big deal, they made a big production out of coming here and telling us how important this was to the Arsenal. Other than, they said they'd help us write the grant for funding, are they gonna participate in this at all, or?
I mean, they've been pretty actively engaged until they did the transition. Of course, the colonel has left, now there's a new colonel. But there was a transition over there, so we're kind of letting them get their feet on the ground, but there has been dialogue between engineering and engineers over there and Rock Island Defense Alliance. So the project's very much alive. It's something that needs to get done. And the letdown structure is a part of that mission critical aspect that they're looking for.
Because they seem to have pretty good access to money, more money, military obviously has a lot more access to money than we do. And I think they could be very helpful in writing a grant or whatever it takes to get the money, but we don't have to take it out of our fund. Less money out of our fund.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is a matching grant. Is it 80-20?
70-30.
70-30.
Defense Community Infrastructure Grant that our consultant fund.
The Roosevelt Group.
Yeah,
for working with the Roosevelt Group.
DC is very excited about things that, with their contacts with the Pentagon, that the city has a very good chance of.
That's where all the money is.
Amen.
But then all of that 30% would be on us. The local arsenal wouldn't pitch in to their.
I have not heard that they've never ever offered to pitch in anything other than security.
I mean, this is a
huge project.
A huge project that is the vast majority of the benefit is for the arsenal. I mean, we do have residents that use it occasionally that don't work there, and but the biggest reason this is there is, or that we're even going to consider keeping this, is because the arsenal is asking for it. So, I mean, that's a lot of money coming out of our streets and other projects here. I really think we should push on them that they should be assisting us on that.
Maybe we'll negotiate that with them. I mean, we're at the point, we're not at the point where the grant is being written. So as the grant is being written, we can certainly approach them and see if they can, their ability to pay a portion of it. But it's not a 70-30 split, maybe it's an 85-15. I think that would be fair, because the project really is, I mean, they are the second largest employer in the Quad Cities, just to be frank. Behind here, it is the arsenal. So, maintaining that relationship is critical, I think, for the city as well.
I'll add something and then call on you both.
I
spoke with the Roosevelt Group when I was in DC, and again, reiterating how positive it is, the track that we're on to getting that. But secondly, just spoke with a resident yesterday who has a special needs child that lives in the enterprise lots, and wondered what the safety was for getting our emergency vehicles over to them, given the train tracks, et cetera, et cetera. And this, the viaduct was brought up, as she has heard of some people who go up and come down to get across to that area. And so I think point well taken. We also need to think about what are our access points across those tracks, and if this is one of the main ones, and when we don't have other plans yet for creating more access points regardless of train traffic, then we do have to maintain this as a main priority. So I just offer that as a recent observation from a resident with a concern.
Thank you.
Mr. Macias and Mr. Schmidt.
Does the Roosevelt group, are they just helping with the grant, or are they doing any lobbying efforts?
They are the Rock Island Arsenal Defense Alliance lobbying group. And that is, I serve on that board.
So they're doing a mix
They
of
do
both?
a lot of, especially with strategic planning and positioning the arsenal to not be in Iraq.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I fully support pursuing other funding sources to fund the city coffers, but just reiterating that, it is not even just that they're the second largest employer, it is all the business around them and their ultimate importance to our local economy and to our residents. And I want us to make sure we are not doing something that's going to make them think, oh, Moline is not interested to come to this table. That said, it is a huge ask, and I think we should be asking those questions as aggressive as we can.
Okay. What else do you need?
No, I guess that's it. The next item, is the one-stop shop. We heard the direction, back in September to look at reducing that to 600,000 because some of these other projects were a little higher priority. If some money does free up, if some of these aren't as costly as we had anticipated, we'd like to come back and have council, consider looking at some additional dollars in the future. But right now we reduced it to the 600.
So what does the 600, what does the 600 wind up getting us? I mean, it looks like we're spending it this year.
We've earmarked it. I think the work.
Yeah. I mean, we're doing a reset, obviously, with the changes that happened during the meeting where the major projects were discussed. One of the things that we are pursuing very vigorously is the backbone of what would be the one-stop shop, and that is the software systems that will support it. Having the ability to do the online permitting so that not only can residents, but businesses who want to make applications and not even have to come in. And then tying those back into our financial management system with Moline. So we're working on that, and that software is going to cost a fair amount of money. We're at the preliminary stages of researching that, so I can't give you any hard number. Without all of the movement of the people. So in other words, moving CED down there and then moving finance here and forgetting about the basement, we're rethinking it. This is just a small portion of what we would need. I don't believe there's any remodeling involved in these dollars at all at this point.
So the 600 is just a number pulled out of the air.
Pretty much at this point. Pretty much.
But depending on what software we use, it could be upwards of that because you're going to have the same cost plus then whatever your actual licensing fees are.
Yes,
so,
but that'd be an ongoing operation.
There would be a smaller ongoing licensing fee, and yeah, as Bob said, I mean, really, if we get that software in that's 75% of the one-stop shop right there. We can still have our team members go back and forth to Public Works and here at City Hall to meet with folks and stuff like that. But it's going to open it up so that anybody, anywhere can submit plans. We'll be able to see what the status of the project is. We'll be able to, for any of the people on the development review team to know where a review is and where the holdup is. And myself or somebody will be able to be like, hey, what's going on in the department? What else do you need? So it's going to help streamline that process. So the software is absolutely vital. And even if we were moving, we need it. But without us moving, it's absolutely vital that we have that.
But I just want to compliment you all, on being able to find that silver lining in trimming things so that we're still finding a deliverable for a lot of different constituents. Mm-hmm. That's great. Thank you. Next.
The next item is downtown property acquisition. We had earmarked a couple projects along River Drive. Those are now going to be put on hold until future funding is available. And with IDOT, the I-74 excess parcels, we are setting aside $1 million of drawdown in the general fund to help pay for those if necessary. And here is the item that we discussed earlier, the I-74 downtown master plan. $250,000 is in the current CED budget that was already proposed. We were going to add an additional $250,000 from the general fund. We are recommending now consideration of just holding firm at the 250. Let's see what that gets us, and then if we need to add to it, we will.
Just, I'd like to add to that too. I mean, there's a limit to the amount of study and work that can be done any given year, aside from doing day-to-day operations for CED. Part of the thought is that the focus is on the downtown, it's on the corridor redevelopment plan, and then actually pushing back the comprehensive plan by a year. Because this is a critical element. We're also looking at the multimodal plan that's in the budget. So those two critical elements are part of that comp plan, probably the most important parts. So we're pushing that other plan back a year. Hence the reduction.
I would like to add to that, and apologize for not being able to talk to you ahead of time about it, but yesterday, you were there yesterday at our joint meeting with Visit Quad Cities and the Quad City Chamber. We heard from a foremost expert in economic development, Stephen Pedigo, and he said you should be focused on that I-74 redevelopment zone above everything else. I don't want anyone in our community to think we don't care about other areas of the city. But in terms of the prioritization of that over the comprehensive plan, I appreciate that you're spreading it out like that. It aligns with expert opinion, which is helpful for us.
One thing I'll say about the comp plan as well is that while it was written in 2001, if you look at all the appendices, everything that's been adopted, it really has been adopted or updated over the years. So we have the Avenue Cities Corridor Plan, we have the South Airport Plan, we have several plans that actually, ironically, the appendices are larger than the comp plan itself now. So the idea that it was updated last in 2001 is a little bit of a misnomer. It has been updated throughout the years. So once all of these plans are done, we will have to do some work of kind of consolidating everything, probably doing a new future land use map and some things like that. But it's not going to be probably this wholesale rewrite of the comp plan that we initially thought it was.
Is everyone comfortable then with 250? Okay. Then the next several items, items number 15, which is the skate park, through number 20, those have all been put on hold now until future years based on council's direction in September.
Questions, certainly.
The skate park, we're still paying for that study and design through Renew, is that correct? It was like a $35,000.
Yeah, I think
That's already done.
Okay, yeah, they had already paid it, and
You
then
want to see, you know,
The
next, well, and the next phase of it was also included in what we already paid. Because that was what I asked.
Sorry, Mr. Yes.
So the RFP was already out, when it was postponed, so we did move forward with, reviewing them and interviewing them, and, we're gonna make a recommendation to Park Board this week, and then I'm gonna bring it as an informational. The company that the skate park committee, picked, I did explain to them that, the project had been postponed, and if, just in case, city council wanted to, make the recommendation to move forward with phase 1 of design, just to get enough information to the state to get it approved. I'll bring that as an informational, but I did explain to them that it has been postponed, and they totally understand, and whenever it is picked back up, they are more than willing to go for it.
Would that be something where, I mean, if there's a group in there, and I know there's some really passionate people about it, that we would say, hey, if you want to go and try to find some grant or other funding, you know, I'm sure there's probably places out there that may be able to. There's where we would support them, write a letter or whatever, but maybe just not at this stage financially.
Yeah, there's 2 grants that I'm looking at right now. I just have to get some clarification on if the project has to be shovel ready or if that will help with design. But if that is the case, then I would ask for a letter of recommendation, not just from the park board, but probably Renew, the PMT, and city council, just to show we've got support all the way around.
Great.
Mr. Macias?
Yeah, they're, I just want to point out, Sylvis does have a pump track they just built, so, it maybe could give us some time to, ask them how it's utilized. Granted, it's not a skate park, is just a pump track, but, it'd be interesting to see how it's utilized, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. The next item, it was brought up in September, it's still on this list, but we've talked about, we are postponing the repayment, on the 500,000 for sanitation, to postpone that until the year. Revisit that. Next item is the fire station design. We have allowed $1 million to come in for the potential of design. We anticipate that whatever the cost of the building is going to be, it's going to cost about 9%. So that $1 million could be less or plus a little bit. I do want to point out, right now, if we are going to wait until dollars are available for bonding, potentially out of home rule, which would be 26 at the earliest to be bonding for that. So we would not have a levy increase required to build the station. That design work now is coming in 23. We wouldn't be issuing bonds until 26. So it's a matter of, is this the right timing to go ahead with the design this early? Should we wait 1 year or what is the feeling on moving forward with the fire station, just the timing of it, trying to avoid a levy increase?
Yeah, that was the one that I had the question on this list on maybe holding back, or because I think location, depending on where that determination is, or if it's availability, and I've talked about this before, if it's within one of the TIFs, or especially if it's in with TIF 13, that could be a game changer on how we would approach and be able to finance it. So from my standpoint, that makes sense to push it off. I mean, we've got reserves that if it comes in and it says, hey, this is where it needs to be, and there's no way it's going to be in a TIF and those sorts of things, we can always pull it back and get the ball rolling on it. I just, with where we are financially, I'm just not sure to set that money aside. It's just going to sit there.
Mr. Maytas?
Yeah, yes. Chief, where are we at in terms of the location analysis? When do they expect to have that information back to us?
Within a couple weeks, I believe. Deputy Chief Noyd was just at the Illinois Fire Chiefs Conference last week and spoke with FGMA, the consulting group. They believe probably within the next couple weeks that will be done.
So by Thanksgiving.
They did say, I'll let you know that not to be surprised if right where Central Fire Station is located right now is where they recommend it.
So if that's the case, then maybe we need to look at alteration of some of our TIF boundaries.
For 13.
Because then we could actually build exactly what we, and I think that gives us some leverage to make it, rather than trying to skimp on it, to make it right.
And I do believe it's the first week of November is when I'm meeting with FGMA.
Okay. I'll be back in touch with you on that.
Thank you. Are they looking at the future build out of the city? Are they looking at potentially future populations?
It's my understanding that that was supposed to be part of the analysis.
Okay.
Thank you.
They may come back and say 40.
Is there any concern that they're going to say our other stations are inadequately placed?
There's that.
Especially with Central staying put, that leads me to believe that that's not the case.
I don't think that that's going to come back that way. I really believe that because we're in every corner of the city, I think that we're probably set up pretty well currently. I don't know what they're going to say about future expansion.
The good news is we have options.
Yes, and we'll continue to leave this money restricted in the general fund for that purpose until we determine otherwise. Okay, and we talked about the solar farm, that's to be determined, and then the very last one, we have added in, and you'll see it in ARPA in here just a minute, consideration of $750,000 for dark fiber if needed, and that's a little bit of an offset from the one-stop shop. You'd had $2 million set aside. Part of that 750 is flipping down here with dark fiber if we need it. So these items will continue to change as we get more.
Yeah, within the ARPA funding though, there's still
there, the million.
Yes.
So is this 750 out of that million? It's not in addition to that.
To be determined.
And with that, actually, under the major projects,
So you have it mostly confirmed, correct? Mostly confirmed.
it's
And your thought. And do I have it right then that we've cut or held off on $14.3 million or so out of the 30 million? that we started
yes,
with?
from the original, and that's just, we're not gonna do the bonding or those, it's the
Right.
major projects. The 15 through 21.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're looking at those things. Okay, then the next item is a very brief review of the ARPA. It reads right into it. It's under the same tab, and we will take a look at that. Which 30 minutes. So it's actually just a couple of pages back. And I'm just going to highlight everything we've kind of already discussed. We talked about this during budget amendments as well. Both of these projects have not changed from the August amendments we sent out, but I'm going to highlight the red ones. The I-74 Bridge Point, as we know, that was it was just targeted for Bridge Point purchase. The I-74 land acquisition. So that $2 million is in there for 22. The next one highlighted in red, we talked about 7th Street Avenue reconstruct. During the major projects, here is where that money is being allocated from ARPA, those same years. And then your one-stop shop for 623. Is everybody following along? Then here is where we have added the Moline CDC, Alex's request for $75,000. So we want to make sure council is we last year we have paid out $100,000 to MCDC. This would be an additional 75 from.
Well, Mr. Went and I sit on that board, and I can add whatever you'd like, Mr. Went. I think that just to make sure the council is aware this isn't a frivolous ask by any means, that in order for them to be good partners to us in reducing blight, they have to have the staff infrastructure and some organizational infrastructure that this is going toward. And because they've been sort of adopted under the umbrella of Renew in terms of functioning with their own autonomy, they're in a very good position to make good use of these dollars. I just want the council to understand that this is not just, oh, we're going to come ask for some more money. This is serious dollars to get them past where they've been stuck for a while.
And I think that the concept is that this gives enough runway, hire a full-time person to do it, that person, and I was involved with just the interviews that we were doing, it was clear to that person that they need to find funding sources into the future through fundraising, through grants, and those sorts of things to make this group self-sustaining. And so this is basically just to pave the runway so they can take out.
It's the seed money.
That answers my question.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue. Okay, so I'm getting nods on the adding 75. The next one, just to make a note, here's your quiet zone. These are just dollars that are allocated for our match on that grant. We had always had $3 million in there from ARPA. We may not need all of that money, but we're still earmarking it until we know for sure once we get if the federal grant has been awarded. Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah. Looking at and I'm by all that's in good shape. If that project drags on longer than the ARPA funding remains available, like I presume that as we approach the end of that, we'll swap that out from the general fund and even
Spend it on some streets.
Spend it on some streets where we would have spent. Yeah,
exactly. We will continue that.
That project in particular just catches my like good drag well.
And it's crazy that we're into our third year already of ARPA. I don't know what time it's on. But we do have till December of 26. But time is 21, 22, we're going into 23. 3 years. Okay. The next one then we talked about the additional money here for reduced flooding. It's the $1 million is coming out of ARPA. We may need an additional $250 out of the general, like we talked on the major projects. I just wanted to make a note. Then going down to the next page, we're into the restricted projects, water and sewer.
On the unrestricted, I guess my question is, for 2022, and we're coming up on November now, we got $4.4 million, but we've only spent 75,000.
Yeah, we are now just doing our next quarterly report that'll be due at the end of the month. And there was a significant amount. There were a lot of grants.
Oh, so none of that's been added into, this isn't like year to date today?
This was year to date when we did it in August.
Okay.
When we showed it. And so, but there's gonna be some rollover. We aren't gonna have 4.4 million. So that, it'll stay in the same category, same projects. It will just roll over. And we'll continue to monitor and making sure that we're on track or pushing it into water and sewer.
So that we keep track, will we then amend it and like zero it out in 22 and add it to the amended in 23?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That'll always roll. Yeah, and we'll make sure council's informed of it. I should say before we move to that second page, the very bottom line, future allocation, we still have undesignated funds, even after we changed the 75 for MCDC, about $163,000 is unallocated. So just be aware of that as little things come up. So we talked about water and sewer. We talked about the broadband. That $1 million is still in there. There's the dark fiber of 750. You see that in 23. So we've got the $1 million plus the 750 allocated for dark fiber. And then the last one is the multi-jurisdictional land bank. Just so you're aware, now that we have the land bank program up and running, that's going to be a transfer out to that program. It's a separate fund that we set up.
Is dark fiber done?
Mr. Walden.
Under child care program, first, underneath dark fiber, year to date, $16,670. As you know, I was not an advocate of the child care program, so I was afraid we wouldn't spend the dollars. And you're inferring that this isn't updated yet.
I think Lori, you just ran that. I think it's close to between 200 and 250 for the current year. There is an additional 250 for 23, but I think the current year monies are almost spent.
I would recommend that we not put money aside from 23 for this, put it into water and sewer.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, I can say that the monies have all been allocated and awarded, but it takes a long time to ensure that all those pieces are set as far as going out. I also think that as we look to how that program ran in the first year, there was a much larger focus because of who we had received as applicants, as to who was awarded. We had a lot of more child care centers that used much of that money, and part of that was the difficulty in applications, and it was a harder process for the home daycare centers to get through. So as we've talked about the second year of the program, that's going to be a lot more focus on awarding only to the home daycares, maybe simplifying ways to make it easier for them to apply and process through. There has definitely been a desire for this program. I think we're doing a lot of good in Moline, and I urge us to leave it in place.
With it moving to basically, because it sounds like all the big ones have all got their money. And so now we're down into the 5,000, 10,000 at a pop. I mean, that's a lot of daycares to get to $250,000. I mean,
yeah.
Do we have any concept that there's that many applicants? I mean, if we're trying to work through this money and we're short on other things, I just don't want to put $250,000 where really 70,000 is probably the.
I have heard of one other daycare center that was considering applying. That's the new program instead of focus more to the home daycares, which are some of those can be up to 20,000. Mm-hmm. That's based on how many children.
But how many small ones do we have in this round?
When this round we had 4 or 5 that we granted and a few more applications. We also had a number of people who had difficulty completing the application because it was geared. It was one application you looked at whether you're a small home daycare or whether you're that daycare center. People who can afford and have the time and professional help. Some actually home cares went and got a professional grant writer to help them write their applications because it was so complicated. So I think that as we make that transition, we want to ensure that that money is available to keep helping those businesses.
Just to offer another perspective, or feedback from what's going on in the meetings I've gone to. Q 2030 held a roundtable for businesses. Oh yeah, you were there and you were there. And it's quite possible that whatever monies we have left, I think the number is 319,000 that's been allocated. If it's not all out the door yet, it's about to be. So there's that balance left. But there's an opportunity for Moline to partner interestingly, creatively, in the ways that local business may be talking about it. Also, we've talked about the true cost of childcare. I've talked to the governor's municipal liaison about that. Should the state be trying to kick anything else in, just so that we're really getting to where a finer focus on who needs what, because companies are saying this is still one of the number one reasons people are not wanting to work there, and we, as you know, the Quad City companies are really trying to recruit well. So that would be, I guess, a statement of just fact from our experience, but also maybe opinion on staying flexible with it, understanding your point. I 100% understand your point. Yes, Mr. Walker.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce that from 250,000 to 75,000, put the difference in water and sewer.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Alderman Nguyen. Discussion? Hearing none. Oh, yes, Mr. Macias.
I just want to say, I was also there at the Q 2030 meeting and sitting around with some large employers in the area. And there's some really creative stuff, but what was interesting is how we're leading the way and creating a solution for these businesses. So the economic development aspect of it is there. And it was also such a positive conversation that everybody asked for another session to get more people at the table. And I believe that here in November, they're going to have another session so that more businesses and more people interested in this topic can get together to find solutions for this. So, but we're on the leading edge of it, which is very satisfying to know.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, this process started 2.5-3 years ago when we started going through it. Has there been any other municipality anywhere in the Quad Cities
not in the Quad
that
Cities.
has my concern is, and I'm okay with being bleeding edge, and we're doing 300 and whatever thousand, and that's terrific. But if this is the thing that changes and makes economic development and drives things and everything, why are we the only group that has done this? And because I've asked around, talked with other people and elected officials in other communities, and all of them are like, that's not our business. You know, we haven't seen any data that actually this moves the needle. People talk about it, that it moves the needle, but that the fund maybe should be used other places. And we went through this, and I'm hoping that that this helps, but I guess I'm just not like Western isn't even happening down there.
They've run into delays. They're still working on it, but they've run into delays.
So will they get that 50,000? I mean,
Well,
that, I'm assuming
if
that's.
they comply, if everything works out, then they'll be one of those.
So where are they going?
We don't know, they're exploring.
They're making a
Okay. I think that this is us sitting up also to support a type of business we want to encourage to be located here in the city of Moline. And just as when we step in to provide grants and loans to storefronts, right? Is that moving the needle? Is that developing the economic activity? Yes, in a smaller portion. That's a lot of what this is doing too. So I think we're not going to turn around and say this is what, brought a whole new company here because we were able to open a couple hundred slots of daycare providers. But it is going to make a difference for the people who are employed there. It's going to make a difference for the children who receive the care they need. It's going to make a difference to having new businesses or existing businesses that are able to stay open. So I think when you put at it from that perspective, it makes sense as well.
Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of reducing the allotment for the child care program to 75,000, right, and the rest going to water and sewer. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
So that's 6-2. That motion does not pass.
Sorry, could you state the names, or the ayes rather, for the record?
For the record, the ayes.
Yeah.
The
MW
ayes for it were
in a second.
Gwen and Walter, the people who motioned. All right, can we move to the next item?
Yes, the next item is CIP, and it is under tab number 7.
It's Mr. Went.
Yeah, I mean, like, the general public assistance, 988, are we close to spending that full 60,000 or?
Oh yeah, I had a question also on restricted project.
I'm sorry, but
General public assistance on
There it
page
is.
41. It was just underneath the child advocate.
oh, it's 60,000. No, we aren't spending all of it, but I mean, we spent several thousand. I would say we're probably less than 10,000. That's from my memory. I was 60.
So I guess maybe it would be good to get some kind of, I mean, because then you go down to the additional ones down, with the small business loan programs. I mean, we've got a lot of money that is earmarked for 2022, and it doesn't seem that we're spending it or those programs are even in place.
We should get a report. We really do need a report on that particular item. Also because I think to continue making priority choices about these dollars, we have to triangulate the conversations we're having about community needs, such as affordable housing, and whether that's long-term or the immediate emergency kind of stuff. And to me, those kinds of situations are ones that sort of link to general public assistance. So I think we need more information from CED about where those dollars are going so we can continue to refine that.
Yeah, because I mean, a year ago or a year and a half ago when we started this process, we thought maybe things were going to go one way and maybe they haven't. I mean, clearly, if we're only spending.
And that was my question on the small business loan program. I understood that we were transitioning, but I don't see how that's shown here.
We have, I think, the entire 250 that just went out in the last 2 weeks, actually. But as part of our December amendments, when we come in the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll do a complete recap of the ARPA, talk about the dollars potentially to roll forward and make sure the council's in favor of rolling those categories forward.
I have one thing to add in that. That's okay. I feel like the trends we heard about prosperous communities yesterday from Stephen Pettigo are so relevant today. That I wish I had all of that in front of me at the moment. But one of the trends he mentioned was a nation of startups. That us taking this money and investing in small business needs is a really smart goal.
We got to spend it. I mean,
it's true.
Got to go out the door.
Please don't interrupt. It's one of the prime things we need to continue to look at when we're looking at creating a prosperous community. Mr. Vitas and Mr. Warren.
So as I understand it from speaking with KJ, who was managing those programs before Ryan joined the city, the first tranche of 250,000 went out the door, and that second tranche of 250, I believe, was 150 of it that was committed the last time we met. So there's about 100 left in that small business renewable loan program, and then they're working on setting up the business accelerator program.
So that's in the works.
That's in the works, so that could be in the report.
Mr. White and then Mr.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern. I mean, I've sent, I don't know how many businesses that wanted to, and they just keep being told, well, we really don't have anything. Maybe we'll have something, you know. I mean, we've had this on the books for a year now, and nothing's happened with it. So with the incubation.
The incubate that got.
I mean, if that's what we're talking about, is like this is the most important thing for prosperous communities, then we need to get this in place.
Yeah, you're talking specifically about the business accelerator. Do you want to give us a quick update?
Yeah, so actually there will be an update that'll be coming before before you all presentation, probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks, at one of your council meetings. Really what we're looking at is a multi-faceted approach. We're looking at doing some entrepreneurial education, so partnering with some of our local educational institutions, our financial institutions, SCORE, SBA, folks like that, to actually kind of put together kind of a business 101 track for folks of, because that was one of the things we've learned throughout this loan process is a lot of folks have great ideas, but they don't have the paperwork where they can come in and really apply for these opportunities. So we want to make sure we do that. And then we're looking at focusing on some of our distressed corridors, and then also encouraging actual new jobs being created. So all of that's going to come as a kind of a large program that will come before you all for your review approval.
Okay. So is there anything else left on this page that we need to go over with Ms. Barnes in the council? If not, then we turn it back to you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just thinking about that. There on your sheet it says motion. Are we? Do you need those? Are we skipping that?
Yeah, I said tentative, we did that last year, kind of got a head nod in general. We were all in sync. It's just helpful as we go through it and follow up on the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. I think if you've submitted this, we probably should follow it with formal motion. So we need to go back to number 2.
Make a motion to approve large projects and funding sources.
Second.
Okay, motion by Alderman Moore, second by Alderman Nguyen. Any further discussion? Yes.
Is that with the fire?
Being pushed back.
Yeah.
As discussed, we should probably add.
I just want to make sure we're all.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets confused in the future.
All right.
Yeah,
Mr.
I guess I would feel more comfortable moving away from motions instead working with consensus. I guess this is a working session and a motion feels like we're saying I have approved of that. And I'm very uncomfortable that we might get to things where, yes, I agree with that direction, but I need to see that again. So I guess we're making a motion for staff to proceed building it out, as we said. Like, I'm just trying to get my head around that because
the final motion to accept the budget is later, but we're not doing that in these motions.
Yeah, because last year we voted 7 different levies, so I mean, it wasn't a final on any of them.
So is that clear to this council that if we're following what the process that's been set forward, we are motioning to accept the recommendations for further adoption in the future? Okay. That's the explanation.
Build the budget that way.
I guess I personally would prefer consensus, but if I am the only one, then fine with that.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion how did you want to state that now?
Just a motion to approve as discussed the new large projects and funding sources
for consideration. Got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you have it. If there's no objection to continuing that pattern, we need a motion for the review of ARPA and strategic plan as discussed. Yes, Mr. Wood.
I guess from my standpoint, I think we should hold off on this until we actually get the report. So I'll move to table this one until we get the report of actually what's happened with the spending of this one.
Second.
All right. There's a motion to table the moving forward on the ARPA and strategic plan 3-year allocations. That's presented as discussed. For further information. I see your point. So let's just vote. There has been a motion and a second, so we need to discuss that.
I'm sorry.
No, don't discuss tables, but it was Mr. Waldron. And then I will open the floor for discussion of our process here. We'll get it clear.
Unless it's about process, she's going to speak process first.
Are you
Please forgive me. This is on the border, and if it's an out of order question, I'm about to retract. Does this prevent staff from working on this at all?
No, I think it's just direction is to come back with.
Okay. No,
Yeah, it actually tells them to keep working on it.
And move it for December amendments.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That's one of opposition, Mr. Schmidt.
I was a nay too.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
a nay as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
He said aye, we just.
I think that we're moving into something that becomes unclear and too confusing if we continue with your motions, but as you've written them here, so you're really saying these are consensus points that you'd like. And if the council is okay with that, we will move forward that way, so as to limit confusion and clarity. Are you okay with that, Mr.
Yeah, and
Lucius?
I guess I would just, instead of the word motion, anything, just
Just
not of approval. Or a shape.
Consensus.
Something,
Thumbs up.
something like that.
That's my question. You want, when we don't have consensus, just a thumbs down, since we can't have a vote?
Well, I think we
That's
can
fine.
open it
Kill
up.
them all.
Yes,
Is that
Mr.
what you're
Schmidt.
after?
I would think it would be appropriate for us to take a vote in places where we have a stronger disagreement. I mean, when we're making motions about move forward with a specific item of direction. But when we come to the end of a section, it just
Yeah,
complete discussing that section.
On all of these.
All the other motions we made.
All right. I'm gonna have to take the floor again. The clerk is suggesting the opposite of consensus. Or that, not the opposite, rather taking the actual votes on these to give. And what's your reasoning for that?
It gives the council opportunity to really state aye or nay for that item, and then it gives clear direction to staff moving forward.
Okay, you see it as clear. Okay.
I do.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Vito.
Even if you approve this today, you still have to go through the other subsequent meetings for adoption. So if you're not happy with something today, a week from now, or 2 weeks, or 3 weeks from now, you still have the opportunity to make a motion to make an amendment before we adopt the budget.
And if
We just need consensus to move forward.
And if I recall, last year we were taking formal votes.
We did.
Well, we absolutely.
Yes, we did,
So-
absolutely.
We'll proceed now after point of clarity and point of order. We'll proceed with the red motions as you presented it. Alright, so we're now to number 4.
Yes, capital projects, and I'm gonna have you turn to tab 7, and we'll go to the very first page. And what we've done now is in the current CIP, we're gonna look closely at, we have incorporated all of the large projects. We have incorporated all of the changes in ARPA that are CIP related. There's also ARPA money that's not CIP. Anything CIP related is incorporated into these pages. And on page number 1, just for a quick update, as you know, we've got home rule sales tax and utility tax that comes into these funds. You can see in the red on page 1 the breakdown of what the balances are by month. And so in 2022, you can see there were some unspent monies projected here for 22, but we're going to be rapidly spending them down now over 23, 24, 25, keeping an ending projected balance between 200,000 and 300,000.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt, but my tab 7 shows TIF stuff.
Yeah, I got it too.
I wonder if that's part of the new stuff that was put in.
No.
Mine was changed.
Tab 8.
Tab 8.
Nope,
Is parks.
that's correct.
7, I've got TIF summaries and rebates.
To the
What do you have, 6?
Six.
No, 6, I looked at 6. It's not.
6 jet summaries.
I'm so sorry, I'll have to read.
Well, it should be your 10. Check your 10.
Number 10?
Because that's my TIF summaries. And
Oh.
Yeah, if sorry, but
I
Then
got
it's
nothing.
empty. Then it's empty.
So, how about we, to save time, could we share books between?
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Moyer, please share with us.
Oh, it's actually.
You know,
Oh, look at
Well, I
that.
don't need
I knowledge.
I'm so sorry. Make me bang the gavel for my.
Too many hands. I'm so sorry that happened. One of our books is wrong. But anyway, okay, moving on. We talked about developing a new fund for downtown improvements, and those are part of the project. If you turn to page 2 down at the red, you'll kind of see money moving in and out between the ARPA funds, the major projects, all sorts of funding sources, to and from. It's going to be all kept now in a downtown improvement fund. Then motor fuel, you can see those ending balances in 22. see in the red, we project $3.6 million. And we're gonna be spending that down again rapidly over 23, 24, 25 now with David on board. So now we're just into the projects. And David had presented an in-depth review of all the projects back in September. And he said we have now added all of the changes in ARPA and the downtown, and they are all highlighted in a bright yellow by year, the ones that have changed.
Page 5, correct?
Page 5, I'm so sorry. Starting on page 5 for 23. And that's our primary focus.
So dark fiber and the one-stop shop are downtown?
No, the $1 million that was originally allocated for broadband is still there as ARPA, and then there's 750 for the dark fiber.
But we put it in a holding in the new downtown fund. I know it's citywide or fiber.
The reason I asked, I mean, we have ebbed, I mean, I guess over the 8 years I've been here, we've ebbed and flowed from all these super small groups of funding. Then we came back to, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you have things like this where this is clearly not just downtown. This is all over the citywide, and so then it then wound up giving a picture that we were spending all this money downtown, but really it's some of it is and some of it's not, and one-stop shop is really you know administrative. And so my concern is now we're kind of ebb and flowing back the other way, where we're now going to have all these pots of money, and then we're going to get into arguments about, well, this should be in that pot of money. No, this should be general, and I think it just winds up getting into issues where it hides excess money that really should be general fund reserves because this particular pot of money hasn't spent all their money. And I think it obfuscates actually really what's happening. So you can actually compare year over year budget. When you keep changing it every year, it's impossible to compare apples to apples.
And one of the main reasons we set up this fund, I totally understand and appreciate your comments, was the ARPA funding. It is its own animal. And when we talk with our auditors, in governmental accounting, the way we have to show for capital projects, the way those monies are spent, they felt strongly that it would be nice to have a separate fund set up that clearly identifies federal funding. And then some of the problem is it's patchwork to get some of those done. So the majority of it is looking at our auditor's recommendations as well. And so it's just an in and an out fund. You'll see those balances if you look on page 2. It's actually 0 at the end of the year. Those funds won't be transferred until we actually spend dollars, so it'll be an in and an out. We don't anticipate fund balances in those funds. And it's really just kind of that
An accounting issue.
wild animal of governmental accounting and to properly account for some ARPA money.
But do we not have a more appropriate account than downtown?
Yeah.
I mean,
We can name it something different. I mean,
well, I guess because we're
That's an easy fix.
that's an easy fix.
Well, I mean, if it's just the ARPA fund, then why would you call it the ARPA fund? I mean,
We have an ARPA fund, but it needs to be in capital. The portion that's capital needs to be transferred from, ARPA is a special revenue fund by governmental accounting classification.
so shouldn't the ARPA capital fund?
ARPA 2.
How about this?
I mean,
I'll take the floor back. Take the floor back. I think that we don't want to get stuck on this while we have major decisions. If you could come back with a different way to title it so that it's clear for purposes.
The segregation needs to be done. But
Gotcha.
we can name it whatever is deemed appropriate.
and this is just short term while we have ARPA, and then these are going to go away.
Okay, so we're into 23. Are there, if you had a chance to kind of look through that, we talked about large projects, the ARPA funding. Were there any things in those years that David maybe can address if we have questions? Mr. Moyer?
Thank you. The first one is the convert 36th Street to a trail. I know we've been talking about that for a few years now, and one of the you know, you're looking at it, it makes sense. You know, it's a large expense to redo that road. But, you know, and it's no longer part of Ward 5. It's now your issue to look forward to. But in doing neighborhood cleanups down there and talking to residents and so forth, you know, and I know we had said that at some point we were going to get the neighborhood together and actually present the plan and discuss it. Now it looks like we're moving forward and we're not going to actually take that step. But I can tell you that the vast majority of that neighborhood, well, with the exception of one person, has told me very strongly they don't want to lose that road. And I think we at least need to have the conversation.
We talked about
Thank
it.
you. Mr.
We
Mr.
talked
Dry,
about
and
it
then Mr.
yesterday at the Complete Streets meeting with Alderman Tinian because we had heard that there was some concerns about it, so nothing has been done to date, and the decision was to just let it be for now and then review it in maybe a year and see how the reconstruction has changed the flow of water down the hill through there, and that maybe it won't be as big of a maintenance issue in the past as it has been in the past. I don't know, Alderman, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, we basically said, let's just see how it plays out, that it's not going to be converted anytime soon. The concern is, and I don't disagree, I mean, every neighborhood, like, yeah, we want everything, but if it's, you know, $750,000 that we can spend other places versus fixing a road through a ravine that really doesn't need to be there, where we could take that $750,000 and actually fix a road that lots of people in the community use. Leaving it up to just that group, we have to look at what's in the best interest of the entire community. And we're holding off on it just to kind of see what this, because there has been new construction right around there, to see if that will reduce the deterioration of that road. But if you've been up there, that should not be a traffic road. If you've got two cars going past each other on that, it's not safe.
All right, so we know where it's at. I would encourage both aldermen who are involved in that ward area to make sure they're communicated with the community. Can we move on? Any other thoughts on the CIP? Mr. White?
For things, you know, like, so two things, I guess. One, I like the big sheet because you can actually see everything in one spot and where the funding came from. I know that now we've moved through all these little sheets, but second, can we go through in here and show things that like then got moved to the following year? I know we do it sometimes, like the railroad, like in the 23, 34th and railroad track moved to 2024. That's why it was in the original budget and zeroed out, and then it got moved to the second year. But like the project around Lincoln Irving in 2024, that got zeroed out, but I think that it's in 2025. I think that would really help us understand, especially since the way that this is formatted, can't always see where that money is allocated from and why some of these things were zeroed out. Was it zeroed out because the project's never happening, or is it zeroed out because it's pushed to the next year? And
I'm gonna make a suggestion. If you don't mind. Is it possible to provide the Excel or whatever format this is? Mr. White can put it in the way he wants to see it. Then, if it's a big project or not.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. I don't think it'll have the changes in it. I would need to speak with the engineers to
Then
show
it
what's
belongs in
shown.
a.
Yeah, and a
So it's
lot.
not readily available.
I understand. Thank you. I'm just trying to save time. Okay.
Also in 2024, and I understand why we do the three-year budgeting. This is fine, but when we ask, we want this, is this just basically for the 2023? Because like Complete Streets doesn't have any funding in 2024. I wouldn't vote on it or wouldn't agree to move forward unless that got fixed, but that's not until next year. So I guess what are you looking from us? Is 2023 all right in this kind of concept?
We're basically focusing on 23. We anticipate 24 and 25 as presented. And yet some projects did get pushed back or deferred because of inflation. I know the engineers did an extensive re-estimate a re-estimate of what projects were costing. And David went through some of those when he made his presentation. It's 2023. We'll see.
Mr. Lodi?
Your Honor, I just want to make an observation on the stormwater CIP, which is on page 9. I draw your attention to that because in light of the revenue adjustments that we're proposing and that you'll be considering later, one is that we have removed the annual project to spend $100,000 on inlets, and then two, we've done that. We've made that removal to make the cash flows work and maintain the minimum reserves. And then two, in the process of working with engineering and looking at rates and fees and looking at cash flows, the allocations for 2 street projects, the actual storm work associated with the 2 street projects, 45th Street south of 26th Avenue, and then the 22nd Avenue, the storm funds were cut from those, so we'll need to re-add those, a total of about $80,000 back into the CIP. So that, those will, it's council's will that these enterprises operate as enterprises and that the storm pay their fair share. So that'll need to it'll be additional $80,000 in storm funds that'll need to be accounted for.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Logan?
It may sound like a trifling matter, not taking care of inlets, but that is a big deal. Inlets are the number one thing that ruins and cracks a road. You don't fix those inlets, you're going to have road problems and exacerbate the problem. They're already a problem. I recommend for sure getting that money back into the inlets, whether we have to increase rates or whatever, but that is short-sighted taking that money out for inlets.
Thank you.
We've got a little extra in ARPA. Do you want to do that short term for that?
Yeah,
I think all of it, put it to inlets, $168,000.
Yeah, but
you'll pay more later if you don't do the
would
inlets.
you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
Just
to
get the storm and then let them
figure out where it comes from.
Yeah, I'll second that.
How about you word it all the way you want it, Mr. Waldron?
I'll make a motion to put back in the $100,000 for inlets and let staff make a proposal on where the money will come from.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion by Alderman Waldron, seconded by Alderman Went. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Your Honor, should we just assume that staff will come back with a recommendation on the $80,000 that needs to be added for the street projects as well?
Yes. Mr. Warren?
Well, I make a motion to have staff figure out, put $75,000 back in for complete streets in 2024.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Moyer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. That was for 2024, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I just. And okay. And yes, Mr. Moyer, and then Mr. Warren.
So I just had a quick question about the pavement management software. I know that was completed this year, and I see that we're not actually going to be using it until 2025 to determine projects. And I thought when we originally did this, because it took a couple of years to get it out, and I think it's a really wonderful thing that we've done it. And I know that there's going to have to be discussions about how we score projects and so on and so forth. Are we going to see that data anytime soon?
Yes.
And I know there's a lag in getting projects ready for delivery, so.
Well, it's involved process design and review and approval required. IMS is finishing up. They had to make some adjustments with their designations of certain streets, their functional class, and then they're preparing a final report. They should be done soon with that, and we'll provide a presentation to the council that shows all that information, and then we can, start using it and basing recommendations on street projects and things.
So it wouldn't be waiting until 2025.
Well, there's an engineering guy.
Oh, that's correct.
Well, I mean, we will be using it for setting projects.
I'm just excited about it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
there's.
a good project.
Yeah, I think the whole entire council is excited for that, that's why we voted. Here's it, but,
Just to see it.
but you wouldn't spend time on engineering things that weren't already prioritized by the PCI, so it's sort of reversed, yes.
Well, and I guess that becomes one of the problems. So 3 years ago, we budgeted an extra $1 million to try to get ahead on engineering. You know, that's one of our big concerns is that historically we have done basically we approve the project now, we start the engineering and try to get it done by spring, and half of them get done and half of them wind up having other issues, and so that's why half of our projects winds up bleeding over to the second year. What are we looking like as far as how many projects do we have on the shelf that are engineered? So if we wind up with an issue on one of these in 2023 that we can't get poles moved, or we can't, or something happens where we have to then shift gears, that we can put one of the 2024 projects in the hopper.
I don't know if we have a 24 project that you could just automatically move up. You know, I'd have to talk with Laura, and we're working on 23 projects. It's just difficult to do. We're down to one design engineer having trouble filling that position and things. It's just getting the time, and then, you know, the review process. The state's having the same issue with reviewing things. The quiet zones, the critical path is going to be reviewed by the feds and things. They're all short. You know, it takes, you know,
Taking longer to get responses back.
many times, yeah.
At this point.
Which
Staff.
right, which even exacerbates the idea that we need to get ahead in our engineering so we could start submitting things for 2024 now rather than waiting until.
And we're trying to get, for example, the viaduct bridge. They want that to be shovel ready. The issue is that you're putting a lot of money into design with the hope that you're going to secure some grant to fund it. Same thing with the quiet zone, you know, moving forward with that, and get that all in line so it proceed. Street projects, you know, we do have issues with utilities. They're running into the same problems with not having contractors coming and getting the work done. Taking far too long on some of these projects. These companies are also reporting that they can't get workers and things, and they're constantly short-staffed. AT&T, for example, is one. So we are moving forward with the project. We don't have projects and setting on the shelf that then you can take off and try to move forward if one is delayed.
Well, I guess with that being said, two things. One, I think that's why we need to update our code so that you put some teeth in, and if AT&T isn't moving their stuff and we wind up getting pushed back, that rather than the residents of Moline paying the price with the project not getting done that they do.
I think we're just going to end up having to temporarily address those, for example, missing sidewalk piece with asphalt, and then they're just going to have to come back and then we'll charge them for it and go from there. But we're working with utility groups to try to address some of that and review revamp chapter 6. So that's down the pipe too.
All right, so just staying focused on what needs to be communicated on this budget, budgetarily as opposed to prioritization. I understand the relationship, but I want to keep us moving.
Well, and so I guess I'd like to make a motion for staff to come back with a proposal or plan on how we get, you know, ahead in engineering so that we do have projects on the shelf. How many projects that needs to be, you know, I'll leave that up to them on what that looks like, but we need to figure out a way to get ahead. So that's my motion, that staff comes back with a process on how we get ahead.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Waldron. Discussion. For quite a bit, but Mr. Wall?
Yeah, we just have a history of the number of projects that gets pushed from year to year, and that's why we need to get ahead. And then that's why if the state is taking forever to approve things, that's why we need to. I mean, all of those issues that we've heard, that's why we need to get ahead. Otherwise, we're going to be just in the back of the line like every other community out there, and things will just continuously get pushed.
Mr. Schmidt?
I don't disagree on the point. It's something I hope the staff can continue to work on, but is this not running into the same legal issue we ran into where this is out of order? So not on our agenda, not something we can propose, or is that not an issue here? I'm sorry, I asked that question without Mark.
Well,
It's
Your Honor.
it is off topic, it's not part of the agenda. Is the answer. It's related, but it's not.
So I just don't feel comfortable making support of the motion. given
I
that
understand what we're trying to do, and I think we'll come back with something. I don't have an issue with that.
Call a question.
All right.
I don't have an issue at all.
All right, so you're calling the question on this motion about directing staff.
Yes.
All right, is there a second? No second to call the question.
Second.
All right, Mr. Timian, that was a little late. We just take an immediate vote. Correct. Vote to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Point of order, I don't think we need to vote when you call the
We
question
do.
and it gets
We do.
seconded.
We do.
Oh.
I've checked.
Otherwise,
I've
two
checked.
people could just.
Mr. Went, I'll explain it. I've already checked with the legal counsel. All right, but that motion failed, so we're back to the motion on the table,
I'm
which
sorry
is.
again.
I'm sorry,
Ayes
the ayes were everyone but
Schmidt.
Schmidt and Went. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we vote on the question.
Right, the question on the table is about bringing a plan back to us about how to get ahead on our engineering projects. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, I need a roll call, please.
Alderman Went,
Aye.
Timian,
Nay.
Moyer,
Nay.
O'Brien,
Nay.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Nay.
Williams,
Nay.
Macias.
Nay.
2 ayes, 6 nays.
Okay. However, Mr.
There's a lot of
Vitas
change votes there.
has stated that you will talk to your staff about this
We will
particular
bring
issue.
something back.
Thank you. All right, so we need to round out this CIP section. Is there anything further from the council discussion-wise on the CIP as presented?
One
Go
more
ahead.
question. For the, you've got here on 2024, the traffic signals at 16th and 36th. Is that something with the conversation we had yesterday about 16th Street and the road diet? That's okay to wait till 2024?
So this was a 2024 project?
Yep. It's right above it's down at the bottom, first miscellaneous, right above the Arsenal Bridge deck that's in yellow.
So it was 16 and 36, and we really should try to tie that together with
With the road diet.
road diet. Yeah.
So I guess I make a motion that staff come back on how we can move that into.
Yeah, we could maybe move the 7th and 19th.
Okay.
Gosh, that wasn't pretty close.
Okay.
Second.
I'm sorry.
All right, so motion
Yeah,
by
we
Alderman Went, seconded by which Mr. Schmidt, other person Schmidt. About combining. Project?
Moving
Moving.
16th and 36th to 2023.
I see here, so it's on page.
And then come back with whatever the recommendation is to flip flop stuff or
Okay,
whatever.
got it. Any discussion? I think we get your point, moving things up. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, if there's nothing further on CIP recommendations, we just will need to round this out with a motion to accept it as discussed and amended and for further work by staff.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Alderperson Waldron and Alderperson Went.
O'Brien.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear O'Brien and Went. O'Brien and Went. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. So we are at a stopping point at between 4 and 5. We'll take a 10-minute max break. Ready to get restarted? We're on number 5, high-level review of 2023 fund equities of all governmental funds. Yes, you are here with us.
Wonderful. I might just make note, we've done a lot of heavy lifting, and I know we kind of took extra time, and that's just fine. We anticipated that because we've got some shorter agenda items coming up. So I think we're going to be okay. But due to the fact that time is kind of quickly going by, the fund equities, which are under tab 5, or I'm sorry, under tab 3, we have fund equities for all 3 years, and we have over 59 funds within each year, and they are all balanced. And so I'm not going to go into every single one of those. There are summaries, which are the first pages 2, 3, and 4 by year. The biggest funds, the general fund, parks, library, the tips, and all of the cash flows for the enterprise funds and internal service, we're going to be addressing those separately under separate agenda items. I just want you to know that everything is in your packet and that it is all balanced. So if that's okay, we'll just move on to the next item. And if we need to refer back, everything is in this section if we need it. So the next item then would be new personnel, and that's under tab 4. And we're going to kind of just go through this as it is. We also did hand out an update on our current FTEs that everybody should have at their place. And I'll put back in just a minute. But that first item there is the org chart. I don't think anything's changed for the current year. I'm sorry, what? Did I miss something?
What's tab 5 for?
Oh, tab 4.
Okay, thank you.
In personnel. The very first page there is the org chart. I don't think anything
No
has changed
changes.
from the current year. That's correct. Then we've got our total FTEs that we discussed last Tuesday, which are 408 full-time equivalents. And this was a snapshot in time. And the handout that you have in front of you, if everybody has that, I want to say I apologize that we didn't get a footnote on that for the 408 FTEs because we are really at the 401 FTEs with the new handout we had. And what has occurred here is that we've had double strength in 7 positions. As you know, as it's been difficult to hire people throughout the year, when we have the opportunity to hire early, if we know a vacancy is coming up, there are times where we have a little bit of an overlap in double strength. And those types of things can happen from like PD people going to the academy. If we have people on military deployment that we know are coming up, we try to get people hired early. The academy is really the biggest one. If there's opening in those slots, we may hire early, knowing that the vacancy is coming down the road in a short few weeks. So it's in order to have a smooth transition is why we have temporary, is the word temporary, inclusions for double strength. So our real FTEs are at 401. If we calculate the new vacancies, which is now 30, because that was a snapshot 2 weeks ago, we were at 26. We are now at 30. It changes every day almost in Leah's world. That new percentage rate on vacancy rate is up to 7.4%. It was 6.3 2 weeks ago, so it's a constant shuffle, and we're kind of always trying to smooth and average that out. Alderman Went, I think you may have been copied on the email. He had asked for a copy of what are those 30 vacancies or the current vacancies. That is also attached to the handout that we have for you. You can see the ones that are Leah's currently working on. And then our main focus then, we want to review the new position request that Bob and Leah had recommended. And that is on page 3. And there are 3 full-time equivalents to be considered. And for 2023, that, I'm basically gonna focus on 23, we've got 24 and 25 out there. So we've got 2 groundskeepers in parks, and that is split between Green Valley and Park Maintenance. And the net increase for those 2 positions is a total of 19,719 when you take off overtime and remove the seasonal help. And that gives us year-round coverage for 2,080 hours for each one of those positions. That's in parks.
Yes, there's a question, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I just was wondering what the justification is for moving from seasonal to full-time. What are we gaining and what are we losing with that?
Yeah, so right now we're paying between 17 and 17.50 for seasonal maintenance staff out at Green Valley. And out of the 10 that we try to hire, maybe 2 or 3 of them are reliable and will show up and come work on a weekend or a holiday or a night. And groundskeepers start anywhere from 18 to 19.50. And we're hoping with the benefits factor and vacation time that we're able to have some of that full-time staff and not have to rely on seasonal employees. The biggest thing is a lot of the weekends, and with we bring in full-time staff on the weekends because if a sprinkler head breaks or something that's high level, we're paying that overtime, and so by having 2 full-time groundskeepers for that 9 months, we're able to have 4 full-time bodies out there on the weekends and not have to pull in some of our heavy equipment operators or any of the other ones. And then the other 3 months we'll be able to help along with park maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Please continue. The next position then that is a full-time position is a receptionist in utilities, and that is being split 50-50 between water and WPC. You'll see that almost down to the bottom, 31,000 plus for splitting that position in each water and WPC. That's 1 full-time position there. And then the other 2 items for consideration are reclassifications for an assistant director in engineering and an assistant director in utilities. And that is largely kind of one of our strategic goals for succession planning. Try to make sure that we've got some real solid strength coming up. So if we, in other words, lose a director or just lose other positions in general, that we've got full strength down below that we can bring people up. So that total of those 3 plus the reclassifications is $103,000. Thank you. Mr. Walden.
Tony, to the utilities receptionist, 50-50 sewer. How are you handling those duties now, and what's the need for this position?
Good question. We're currently handling them with a seasonal employee, and we've been using that employee pretty much 11 months out of the year. The unfortunate thing about having a seasonal employee is we've had, over the course of the last 13 or 14 months, we've had like 3 or 4 people. So bringing somebody in, bringing them up to speed. As you recall, Alderman, when we were divisions of Public Works, the utilities were paying a share of the Public Works director's salary. So some of that administration has come under the utilities, and so some of those functions we don't get support from Public Works anymore. And then the other thing was when we were divisions, if you turn the clock back, we had 2 administrative support folks, and we're down to 1 now. So that this is an entry level support position, and it would be offset with about $30,000 worth of seasonal pay that we wouldn't need to pay anymore.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Regarding the 2 positions that we talked about with succession planning, one of the reasons that we are focusing on that with the strategic plan is if you turn the page on to page 4, this is a chart that shows the current employees by age. And if you take a look at the last 3 columns, from age 56 up through 70, and it can be beyond 70, we have 53 people that potentially could retire in the upcoming next few years. And that's 14, almost 15% of our workforce. So that's why we kind of put a high priority on succession planning. Sometimes we have the double strength just to make sure there's a clear transition. So that's kind of the thought process behind that. So personnel, it's going to be very busy ongoing the next few years for sure.
I have a question about the communication specialist. I think many of these positions, that's the one I'm least interested in pursuing at the moment, because I'm not sure we've fully seen the impact that we're page 3. The impact that having our communications director can have, because they were sidelined a bit by having to take over the Moline 150 and all of that kind of stuff. So not completely sidelined, but obviously an added responsibility. So I'm just putting that out there for the council. I would imagine waiting on this is not. It would be okay.
That's my recommendation.
Okay. Well, yeah, not yet approved. Duh. Sorry, I concur.
I'm not convinced yet.
Jeez, sorry. I had a little dot there.
I just helped you out.
And then the fact that we had so many changes, between COVID being down, adding, a lot of new positions, let alone trying to fill the vacancies, and now entering into a little bit of uncertainty in the economy. We were talking that we're just going to kind of level it out this next year, catch our breath, and see if we can kind of
We did a lot for fiscal year 2022. So this is kind of the hiatus year. And the requests, believe me, the requests were much greater than what you're seeing. And we whittled it down to this based on what you wanted the actual needs versus wants.
Mr. Walter.
Rick, are you ready?
I am ready.
You've heard enough.
Let's go.
Your Honor, I would make a motion to not fill any of these positions proposed by staff. We have, as we just mentioned, filled a lot of positions, added a lot of positions to 22. We can't get them filled. They're sitting mostly empty. I'm not optimistic that these would be filled, even if we approve them. This is a way to lower that levy even further. So I'd make a motion not to approve any of the staff recommendation for adding positions.
There's a second.
I'll second that.
Second by Alderman Wood. Discussion. Anything further?
No.
Any discussion from council? Mr. Ward?
Yeah, so along these lines, I'm not necessarily opposed, because I think a few of these might make sense and financially. But my concern is, after looking at last year, looking at the thing, we were supposed to have added 13 new positions. I think we wound up adding 21 or 20 new positions in 2022. This kind of like piecemeal increase of the number of full-time people in the city is concerning, because it's not sustainable. I mean, we've been very fortunate with ARPA and different things over these couple of years that have really helped us kind of get through things. But long term, the number of full-time equivalents in the city, with inflation and possible recession, well, we're in a recession, but how that is going to play out, I would prefer that staff come back with, and if, hey, we really need these, but maybe some of these other open positions we can wait on filling, because the number we're at, I think is the highest we've ever been, if you take out the 911 people were completely taken out of those numbers. We are at I think the highest staffing level I think we've probably been since
At least 10 years.
Well, yeah, probably since the 80s, but if you take into those considerations real numbers, because the 911 operators were taken out of this. And so that's why I agree with this. I think we have too many authorized positions as it is. I leave it to staff to figure out where those numbers would be most appropriate, but it's,
Your Honor.
that's way too much.
Yes, Mr. Walter.
I agree with Alderman Wynn's proposal, and I would modify my motion to reflect that allow staff to, if the utilities receptionist is a good deal, but something else somewhere else isn't, I don't have any problem with making that modification. What my problem is adding personnel. So if the staff can move them around and make it work better and eliminate something else, I don't have any issue with that. I know that's a tough motion for you, Janine, but
I can simplify it. Just make a motion to not fund $103,536 for new personnel. And we'll work within the existing budget.
that works.
And I'll realign. I will work with
Alright, so
the
he's
staff to realign. I know Tony's need is truly there, so.
Yeah, and that's right. Yeah, I leave it to you guys.
Work it out.
just for clarity's sake, could you just withdraw your previous
I
motions and
withdraw those
amendments and
motions.
make that one?
Make the motion that Bob just made.
I'll second.
Reduce by.
They didn't make a motion.
Yeah.
The minutes reflect that Bob. This is the motion to reduce the personnel cost by
It's $136,000.
130.
It's 100.
536.
that
Total amount, yeah.
Yes.
103.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Alderman West, and discussion, Mr. Tamian.
Can I just get an appetite of staff's recommendation on this? Besides making the motion.
Where we started at was, I don't have that in front of me, but we started out, there was probably about 15 positions that were requested across all departments. You know, and we went through and we narrowed it down based on where we saw the greatest need. I think Tony justified his need eloquently. I mean, if you don't want seasonal people going revolving door, we have that problem at CED right now. Okay, so we had somebody who just left again on Friday, and now we're bringing somebody in to fill that slot. You know, and the problem is that's a critical slot because of the institutional knowledge we need in order to support the planning. So we can't have that be a revolving door. That must be filled. You know, Tony, in terms of service delivery and getting things done out there, he's got a bit of a revolving door going on. You know, and I think having one person sitting there who's dedicated to doing it, who's willing to stay there, would be extremely useful and beneficial. You know, it's pure math when it comes to what Eric is looking for. Obviously, you know, you've got all this seasonal expense that we're incurring, but they come and they go. So the question then becomes is if you move away from seasonal and take that money and redistribute it, reallocate to somebody full time, you know, you're getting somebody who's there year round and not just seasonal. So you're getting the benefit of taking care of these 700 acres of parkland that we own, right? Which is always the challenge. So I think there's always a justification. So the question is there a financial means to do it, and is there a political will to support it? That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Who was the second on that last one? Thank you.
All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Nice. Alderman West,
Aye.
Timian,
Nay.
Moyer,
Nay.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Nay.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias,
Aye.
4 ayes, 4 nays.
Really?
5-3.
It's 5-3.
1, 2, 3.
Don't there be no math?
I'm sorry, what was yours?
Aye.
Oh, so sorry. That motion passed.
I'm surprised, John.
She
Yeah.
blamed you.
You were.
I'm a trifle with you.
It's okay. I'm gonna keep us going here.
So it's out.
You're working within.
Work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next item.
Okay, next item is tab 2.
Wait. So we do need to just take care of number 6 motion as a whole. We did just make them.
Your Honor, I make a motion that staff proceed with the guidance we've offered and
There we go.
as we review it fast.
Seconded by who? Mr. Moyer. All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Number 7.
Okay, this next item, we're gonna talk about taxes and Bob's new recommendation. So it's under tab 2. And I'm actually gonna have this turn to page 3 so we can talk about taxes. The first starts on 1 and 2, that's just the overall shot of the entire budget. And so I'm going to go through this a little bit slow so you guys understand that you're keeping tabs on. The first half of this page, on page 3, the upper half is values. And if we go across the columns one at a time, the first column in green is our existing taxable EAV. So on the books right now in 22, $787 million in taxable EAV. If we exclude any new construction, and if we exclude TIF number 1 coming on board, and we only look at existing, and with the increased values we're seeing in 22, those existing values from 21, that first column, are going up 4.6% on average. So that's the change in value. So when you get your new assessment in the mail from the assessor, on average, your property is going to go up 4.6%. Then if we add on the taxable EAV that is from new construction in 22, again, this is from the assessor, this is all tentative until we get it in May, but 1,447,000 was new construction. Taxable EAV from TIF number 1 falling off and coming back on board and being eligible for the city, schools, and all the other districts to pick up, that is 27,633,000. So combined with the existing properties, our new taxable EAV is 853,000, or 853 million, and it is up 65,000 from the previous year, and overall, adding in the TIFs and new construction, up 8.3%, which is wonderful growth for the city. I mean, regardless of what we do with taxes, it is wonderful for growth in the city. So then now this next half is showing it's showing the impact on property taxes. And the existing levy right now today is at 15,308,000. The existing properties with no new construction, if we take Bob's recommendation and do not increase the levy, which is basically keeping taxes flat for all of our commercial, residential, and other property types, 15,297,000 would be basically what's happening on those taxes, or a decrease of $11,000 citywide on all existing property. So it's not a lot of a decrease, it's just flat. And if you look at that fourth column in, that's where you'll see the percentages changing. Residential is down 0.07. Farmland, and we can't change that, that's by the county, up 9.5%. But commercial down a little bit, industrial as well as railway. Then if you look at the taxes generated from new construction, again, on the proposed projected levy rate, as best we can project until they're certified next May, would drop the levy rate down to $8.85. And so new construction would be paying $26,000. The property taxes from TIF 1 dropping off brings in $512, together with the negative $11,000 from the new construction we just mentioned, brings in a total of $15,837,000 for new total dollars of the $528, primarily new construction and TIF, and then the total increase is 3.45%. And it summarizes it down in the green box below. If you split out that 528, where's the money coming from? Again, new construction, 26,000, existing TIF, 512, and existing properties actually decreasing slightly at 11,000.
One statement, one question. I like this primarily because if we've learned anything from 2008, it's that if house prices drop, taking advantage of the increment right now might hurt us in the long run because we do have a recession to consider. So this doesn't, in that scenario, then our tax rate goes up because if house prices drop. So which would happen anyway, but not as drastically. Second, does this incorporate all of the recently annexed properties, and maybe potential future annexations we're talking about?
No,
Okay, so that's
no, that just happened.
okay. Thank you.
And so then based on that recommendation, to take advantage of tip one, taxes coming on board primarily, and reducing the levy, overall levy dollars that we had recommended last Tuesday night. On page 3, this is the new reallocation of property taxes. On page 4, and you'll see the fire and pension, that's just a little bit up, a little bit down. Very fortunate here. If you remember, our annual allocation for police and fire pension used to go up $1.5 million to $2 million a year, and that was a frightening number. We've really leveled that out, so we can all be really pleased with that. The general fund, last year we had a levy of $873. We're going to do away with that, so that's a reduction. Then we have our debt levy. This is our pension obligation bonds on both police and fire. That's just the P&I that's already the set schedule for 20 years. That's down a couple hundred or a couple thousand between those two. Then if we skip down to the library, we're reducing their overall levy by $59,000 and coming in with a flat $3 million. And Brian is able to balance his budget on the $3 million, and we're going to go through that a little bit. So the net difference then of the allocation is going to the Parks Fund. And when you look at that and say, my goodness, does that mean the Parks Fund is just going wild? Well, no. In the past, we have always made a significant transfer from the general fund to also supplement the parks. We are just now shifting the levy to go directly to parks. It eliminates transfers, and it helps make them whole. Overall, the parks budget, and we're going to go through that in a little bit, it has gone up with inflation, and with the new pool that's going to be opening, which you'll also see where Eric filled in some additional revenue that we anticipate with that pool opening that helps offset those increases. So this is the staff's recommendation now today that we want council to consider, and with the allocation.
I have a question following up on your comments about EAB assessments and what happens when you're in a recession and all of that. I've learned that like Cook County and others, the collar counties, have started to increase their senior exemption by $3,000, and I'm a little concerned that being a border town, situation is going to find its way to us, which I believe would be another negative for down the road, even if once we get through a recession. And so that's where my comments and my little preamble about not causing future problems stem from, is this issue. And so I'm just wondering if you can weigh in on that at all.
And I'm sorry, I have not heard of that.
Okay.
But I just talked to Larry Wilson at the county, and he did not bring that up. So I will certainly follow up with him and see if he has heard some additional information on that.
Okay.
But as the town, there are certainly a lot of senior, exemptions that we currently even have on board.
Just the population shift,
Yes.
the age shift alone is.
It is.
And also, is it true Iowa has passed a exemption on retirement income that starts this January?
Yeah. Yes.
So, this is why I'm particularly concerned about how that impacts us just even 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
I think we could probably ask them to give us an idea of the overall senior exemption levels historically here in the city and what they project going forward based upon our population demographic.
Okay.
I mean, that's
I think it would be
just
helpful.
statistics and data.
We currently have senior assessment freezes for 22. It's listed on page 19. We're not gonna go through all these charts. I
Right,
promise.
that's interesting.
But the senior, just in dollars, I can't tell you how many homes that is. But it is $13 million in senior assessment freezes right now, and that is up from 10 last year, 10 million.
Yeah, this is what, I'm putting it out there as a concern.
No. It's the shift in, yeah.
It's a demographic shift.
It is.
For sure.
It
Which
is.
is not part of this conversation, but why we need to also bring in other ages to live here. In our new housing. No, in addition. Did you have a hand?
Yeah. So with the TIF, I mean, it's not growth, it's just moving from one bucket to this bucket. Does that include the 4.659%
Yes.
overall increase?
Yes, they grow just like all the rest of the city.
Well, and that's why I want to make sure that. So my concern is, historically, as we know, but look over the last 4 years, the growth has actually been about 56% on average of what was the tentative increase. So, like last year it was supposed to be 1.15, it actually was 0.54. The year before that it was supposed to be 1.46, but it was actually 1.24. The year before that it was supposed to be 2.33, but it was actually 1.54. And so the growth that is communicated to us as the tentative increase, short of those years where I think we closed autumn trails and that got added on, it has always been lower than what we've been told. So my concern is with this, and this gets to one of Alderman Walderman's bugaboo, is saying that the rate is going to drop to 1.8. History kind of shows us that number, because I went back and I looked at our books for the last 3 years and they were all wrong. I mean, so I have some concerns if we're saying that this is our target amount, we should actually then reduce the levy by more if that's what we're communicating as our target amount. I look in the paper and both us, the school board, historically, we put out these press releases, we're saying, hey, we're the rate and this is all the people are going to pay and blah, blah, blah. And then the next year that's not true and there's never a story about that. So.
And how you can get around that is just simply don't even talk about the rate then.
Sister, come give me a hug.
Finally.
Yes, Mr.
43 years.
Yes, Ms. Barr.
It's a very valid point, and it is different than in Iowa. In Iowa, when you actually certify the levy rate, and you get what comes. In Illinois, we certify our levy dollar request to Larry Wilson, comes back in May after all of the appeals, and then he calculates the rate. And so we can speak in terms of levy dollars, and it's growing this year solely because of new construction and the closing of TIF 1.
I would be the first to say I would love to see that law change in Illinois to where we would set the levy rate. But the idea that we wouldn't even consider it is outrageous. Because while we don't get to set the levy rate, we don't use that as a contextual point to understand where we are, where we're falling to our neighbors. It's the only way to even get close to apples.
Yeah.
I do agree that we also do need to take into account how that often changes. I think that is very much the right point. But to ignore the rate, I'm sorry, is, I think, a very bad idea. I think that with the change that's brought forward to us today is something I'm much more comfortable with is looking at because, we have this projected large amount of growth and it will be less than that. I think that the only reason I'm comfortable with as big of an increase is because we're dealing with the TIF expiring. Otherwise, I think a lot of that growth, where I'm often in favor of capturing some of that, I think in this year, I think leaving it more alone because what we're dealing with is inflated house prices. And I think the point was made by Alderman Jimmy that that's just going to go away in the future. So I would rather see us find this middle path where we found ourselves today. Like that.
Mr. Ward.
If we didn't put the proposed or the tentative growth on the TIF EAV, what would be the difference on what, if we're using this percentage as a benchmark, what would be the difference in the levy amount?
I have not calculated that. I have to actually go to the county because that's all split now. It's not captured under TIP 1 anymore. But I could try.
Well, could we just do the math out of the 4%, like
4%,
4.5%
Yeah,
less, and then multiply by 1 point?
Yeah, we could use that average.
I guess that's my concern because, like you said, the increase, and to your point, I understand using it as context, but then we should be doing 54% of it or 56% of it because that's what our historic data has been, and so I'm much more in favor of doing that calculation, reducing it down, and then finding out what that levy amount would be off of that.
So I'm happy to go to staff, but
I want to ask Carol a question.
Should probably do it on itself.
You know, obviously I understand where Alderman White has gone with this and appreciate that. And the issue is how have you absorbed those differences in years past historically? Because we're levying X and you're only getting X minus 5%, 4%. How is it absorbed into the financials?
Well, we actually end up levying the dollars when the council votes on the final levy ordinances on the dollars, and then we get what we ask for.
We get what we
but
ask
the levy
for,
rate is what
but the number fluctuates.
Yeah.
Right.
But as I have thought further, and that was a very good question, Alderman Webb, in this column here, tip number 1, if you look from the third column in on the second category, and then drawing, I'm sorry, it's the third one for tip number 1, that 512. We have already taken out that, we have already assumed the decrease on the tips as well. It's not that we didn't, we have. It's already netted out. Because that is at the reduced rate of the $1.855, so it is netted down as well. The tip number 1.
Yeah, but it's not netted out of the growth, the 4.6% growth.
But because we're lowering potentially the projected rate, that is the difference, the net. The net is decreased. If we look at, we didn't throw away your last column, so let's just go back to the book, the sheets you had in front of you. We do have this the other day, it was at $1.91. It was being proposed. That was 529,000, and now it's down to 512. So it did reduce. It did reduce taxes on those properties as well. Our asking is reducing a reduced amount for the tips, not just the new construction, but also on the tip.
So I'm gonna point out that you don't have a motion under this number, and we could continue to talk about it, but I think we can also spend some time with it before it comes up again for a formal vote. So has everyone asked questions pertinent to the whole here, or do you want?
I have one small question. The proposal now is 15,837,000. We reduced the budget by 103,000 based on those personnel costs. Should that number be reduced by that 103?
We could reduce it by the 19, which is parks, because that's the portion that's supplemented in taxes. Utilities will be through user fees, but then I think it was 19,000 something.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further on this number 7 then at the moment? Okay, so there's plenty of time to ask further questions via email, and staff to share answers, before it comes up again. Thank you. Number 8.
If we could,
Oh,
Your Honor,
yes, I'm
just
sorry.
before we leave, I just want to point these out. I won't go into a lot of detail, but if you turn to page 7, under that same tab 2, you'll see the impact on the average residential and commercial. That was the basically drop of $1, drop of $2. It's holding its own with the proposed amount. And then if you turn to page 13, and again, some of these are further discussions here that are coming up with the enterprise fund. Here is the table for the impact on residential. Property taxes for 23 would basically be 0. Everybody on page 13. But then we're still looking at potentially some increases for fees in stormwater and sanitation. So it's just this table will come back to, and that's all I know.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to tab 5 then.
Okay, tab 5 for the general fund. Okay. The very first one is we want to talk about, if you turn to page 4 and 5, this is to review the fund balance. We talked about this briefly on Tuesday. Everybody's down the page. And we're zeroing in on kind of the bottom of the chart on page 5, actually, to start with. And if you do the drawdown for Heritage Church and the drawdown for the fire, the study that we're doing, that takes our fund balance down to about 27.7%. So we're still at 100 days. Does everybody see where we're at on that? Then as we move into 23, we have additional drawdowns that were projected based on those major projects. So we're drawing down several $1 million of fund balances for those projects. In addition, if you look at the third column in, you'll see less cash advances to the TIFs. And this also includes pension obligation bonds. You'll see from 22 to 23, there's a jump in the advances there of about $500,000, and you'll see another $500,000 in 24, and it continues to jump. That's primarily TIF number 7, and we're going to get to that in a minute. We'll go through TIFs. But when we calculate the reserves, if our advances are going up, and we have drawn down some of the excess reserves for major projects, the ultimate result is the ending fund balance as a percentage of our total operating continues to go down. And as operating budgets itself goes up, just because of wages go up, now we're seeing some 8.2 inflation, you'll see the overall expenditures go up. So if we try to meet 25% or whatever, we actually have to be increasing those fund balances ever so slightly to keep pace. So,
we do that through expanded economic growth.
yes. And tip number 7, if some of those advances get taken away, it's wonderful. That really will make a huge change in this. Currently, we are within policy. 20% is at 72 days. We're at 77. So even making the drawdowns that we've talked about for large projects, and it's one-time project. It's not like we're on a downhill spiral. One-time projects, we're within a policy, and hopefully some of our revenues will come back. We've based our estimates based on what the state is recommending and as best as what we can, but there's an opportunity not only for TIF development to occur to reduce advances, but for new revenue to come back. Thank you.
And I think that's really important. And so with this graph, I'd like to actually see the 20% line also put, because when you look at this, it looks like, oh my God, we're falling below the line, and we're not meeting our policy and everything. It really should be abandoned. I mean, and that's why we did the policy the way that we did, that we are actually getting into what our policy is. We have historically been way over our policy. And so that we're actually probably right-sizing it. And part of the reason, some people say, oh, we should have 90 days. But the way that we calculate this, and this gets to page 4, just on the other side, we do this as our net out of advances. I mean, on the left side is really what our reserves are with long-term accounts receivable coming from TIFs, which, I mean, obviously is super healthy in the 45% in those. And so I think that's important to note here that says, because I don't want people to get the impression that, oh, we're dipping below, our reserves are getting too small. We're actually just getting into what our policy actually should be. So,
And if you have a copy of your PowerPoint, and we have an updated one on the website now, based on the Bob's new recommendation of taxes, we did have a double red line, so that's a point well taken. It just didn't get into this chart.
We'll add it to this.
Yeah, I think that's.
I agree.
Because otherwise, a newspaper person's going to get it and say, "Oh, there it goes."
But Alderman, when you make a very valid point, if we did not have any of these TIF advances, and some of those are literally going out, 12 to 16 years out is the problem. But if we didn't have them, yes, it's on page 4 in that last column.
That's too
Extremely healthy balances, but that it's not the case right now until the advances get to
Right. And part of that is just because historically we've lent them out of the general fund because we've been healthy enough to be able to do that. Other communities, they've actually did a RAN from the TIF, and the TIF is paying directly, and so if that was the case, we'd be so flush with cash, we wouldn't know what to do with it.
We wouldn't need it.
What's next?
It's getting good.
Next one, we're gonna go through these kind of quick. I just want you to be aware of on page 2 and 3. This is a breakdown on page 2 of the changes, and it's by department over the 5 years. And again, this takes into effect inflation. The big things to point out when you look at 23, some of the changes we talked last Tuesday about our overall labor cost is about 5.63%. That is with our general wage increases as well as our cost of all the benefits. So with health insurance, everything loaded up. It includes an average inflation rate on our operating of about 7%, and it includes new positions as well. So if we were to net everything out, everything pretty much overall is actually fine. And it includes the new heritage division in there, you'll see. And it is net of that mass, the 250,000 out of CED. It's net of that, the 250 from Mr. Schmidt.
And just since we just mentioned on the bridge point part, so I was looking, the expenditures and budget are expected to be close to break even.
Correct.
Right, at the current status, so.
And we're
I just wanna make sure I was reading
Between
that.
property taxes we would owe and revenues that are coming in from the leases and then our cost for utilities. It's just kind of like that general maintenance and upkeep and dealing with that. Sending the street sweeper in, for example, to clean that mess because it hasn't been down the street in years. So cleaning up the building, keeping it in operation. But we're not making any capital improvements to the building. That's not going to happen.
Then some just additional highlights, if there's no questions on that, it's just moving kind of down the bullets there on the agenda. The police and fire retirement, we talked about that briefly with the taxes, but our annual allocation is only up to $12,000 from last year. When we issued the PO bonds and we had done the actuarial valuations, we thought that it was going to go up, which was a very good number at that, $150,000 annually. Well, here we are at only 12. Now things may change because of market conditions with investments, but we're on track to redo it. That was a good decision with the low interest rate that we got on those loans. Just to highlight for our transfers out for the general fund, and all of the transfers out are listed in the very last section of the fund equities. And you can see it by every fund. But just to recap the general fund, we've got transfers out in 23 of 2.5 million. For parks, we've got 1,430,000. That is comprised of the 880 for the roads drawn down, as well as the 550,000 that will be transferred backfill the property taxes, as well as for the tree bank and some additional money for ash board. Then we're gonna get into it with special events, public safety, and the downtown improvements. Oh, the downtown improvements would be $1 million, if indeed we need to make those transfers happen. So you'll see those transfers budgeted.
What's the amount for the parks transfer?
It's listed there, 1,430,000. 880 is streets.
I think you misspoke, and I just want to make sure
I'm
which
sorry.
was correct. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Too many numbers in it.
No, I receive it all the time.
So, thank you. The next item then is, I just want to point this out. Our average vacant positions as we had originally presented them to you were 6.37%. The snapshot from yesterday when we did this has now moved us up to almost 7.5%. But what we have done, and we do in every budget, we budget all of the authorized positions, so 100%. Then we bring it down with one line, and you'll see a huge decrease, and it's kind of frightening, frankly. But we bring the budget down over $2 million to accommodate salaries and benefits on an average, rolling average. You know, in the last 2 years, we've done that, and we've gone along just fine. So, because it is up and down throughout the year, but I just wanted to make you aware there is a large deduction of $2 million. I don't want to ever miss the mark. We do amendments. If that ever changes, we will alert you immediately if that number is changing. Just wanted you to know. Then, if you turn to tab 7, I'm not done with the general fund, but it's part of the general fund. Tab 7, and it's the very last page, the last 2 pages on page 30. And we've also got a handout from the chief. I'm not sure if we're in.
Yeah, we did.
No, I'm gonna do my best to come to the end. But if we look here, I just wanted to point out capital expenditures in the general fund total $1,279,000 this year. So is everybody on page 30? For 23, it's the very first category there. We always want council to know of capital. These are one time. Every year, these numbers can change because capital is one time. But in the current 23 years, we do have that $1 million of design for the fire station. That was earmarked. So now I'm trying to remember, did we say we're keeping it where it's at, or are we going to push it back? We're going to move it back 1 year. Okay. So that's one of the ones that will be moved back to 1 year. Then in the police, we have retail cameras, and that is a handout that we gave you. Everybody has it. And this is phase, I'm going to read, we've written you some notes as well for the cameras, that we have a comprehensive plan to continue to build out our camera system. This next phase that we were able to do is in the retail phase along John Deere Road. This is the only phase that is currently shovel ready because of existing fiber in this area. And you will see, if you look at the first pages there on 31 as well as 32, he has cameras listed in each of the 3 years, but this is the first phase. This is camera shovel ready. We'll address those when we get to 24, 25 as we're able to move forward with it. Then he's got a map here. Of where all those would be at. Yes, that's right.
Are those retail cameras 100% paid for by the Moline and the Moline Police Department, or is there some kind of?
He did not say. I believe so. I think this is the whole amount. He did not say. The first thing I asked was, are any of them in a TIF? And then when I saw where they're located,
Well, there should be the mall.
The mall would be too.
If there are, we're still searching, we're still seeking that out to identify the placements.
Okay.
And if there's any eligible tips or anything like that, or other grant money or any matching, we'll come back to that before they're purchased. But we just wanted to say it's in the budget right now, earmarked. If we had to do 100% on our own, it's out of the general fund.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea for us, maybe the economic development department, to reach out to where we're thinking about doing this, reach out to those major retailers, Walmart, or, you know, whatever, and say, hey, we're considering doing this. Would you like to, is it something that would be beneficial to you? And if so, see if we can get them to chip in.
I'll mention that, we'll pass that along to
Probably
Aaron.
do it either way.
Okay, and then the next item there is a Public Works, tractor, and again, this is a request from our new Public Works director. And he is requesting a tractor boom mower combination that would be used to cut steep slopes, trim back trees, cut ditches, including those near South Park Mall, cut low draining areas that are too wet for our normal mowers, and cut behind the guardrails, etc. The tractor and boom mower combination can also be a substitute for the flail, that's the correct way to say it, mower, whenever it's unavailable or both mowers can be used together to increase productivity. This particular item for $172,000, it's new capital. If the council were to proceed with this, we pay for a new piece of equipment that we've never had out of the general fund or out of the fund it comes from. Then in the future, it would be placed on the replacement schedule for future years' replacement. But my understanding of talking with Mike, and he can certainly speak as well, and really felt this was a important piece of equipment to look at.
What's the reach differential between this one and what'd you call it,
Flail.
the flail?
So the flail mower basically it would be like having your elbow, and it can do this. So as it goes up hills, it can do that. I think it's about a 5 foot reach. This mower actually adds an extension onto it, so it can do this. So a lot of these places where there are retaining walls, if you go up 6th Street Hill, if you go to the mall and those huge ditches, this mower can actually come up. It can even trim the trees on some of these streets. It goes up, trims the trees, comes down, hits the spots like at the top of retaining walls where things grow over that you can't reach. So, and if you'd like, I actually took a few pictures of areas that where this mower would work really well. If you'd like, I can give them to you.
Yeah, because I know I guess the flail, like, there's that Green Valley and all that.
This would help, especially with the ditches down by the mall as well.
Mike, I don't know if I've heard it's like 22 foot cradle boom. Is that anything?
So yeah, that's 22 foot. What do you really have to reach?
22 foot cradle boom plus a 50-inch rotary jack.
So double swipes.
And again, it's built into the budget. It was a recommendation from administration for council's consideration.
And I'm sorry, I could also do the hills at the cemetery as well. So those steep hills that you can't hardly get to.
Thank you.
With the fleet, how is, I know historically we've always taken this out of general for the first time, but how is the fleet reserve
And we're gonna go through fleet. We've actually been pulling it down based on council's direction. But I mean, it's healthy with the vehicles that we have. We are at 100%, and Sarah has done an outstanding job trying to project inflation, which is really hard to wrap our heads around right now. But it would probably be difficult to take the 172 out of there. We might be able to split it. But in the past,
like to see what that looks
Storm water. Cleaning the ditches.
Insurance. There's $100,000 in the future already set for it.
And I just said I wasn't aware of this purchase. I do want you to all be aware that we are currently in enforcement on several properties because the ordinance, the right-of-way ordinance, does require the adjacent property owner to maintain the vegetation of these drainage ways. So while I think that this may be a valuable tool that we can recapture through through the enforcement process, be aware that the direction that I believe we've gotten from council in the past is to enforce the current ordinance, which requires property owners, the adjacent property owners, to maintain vegetation in these drainage ways.
Yes, Mr. Joy.
And I'm not sure, I actually have not looked up the ordinance, but I was told by Brad Alman that we only, that after the slope reaches a certain point, we don't require the property owners to maintain that anymore. So these really steep slopes, they just don't get cut.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Well, and to that point, because I've gone round and round with that, historically, like I can show you, like 15th Street's a good example. I can show you on Google Earth where it was totally fine with property owner number one. They kept it. It wasn't too much of a slope. Property owner number two comes in. They just let volunteers grow and get away from it, and then we say, "Oh, it's too steep." That's my concern, is that we're kind of falling back on, well, if they say it's too steep, then it's just too steep, where clearly historically people have been able to keep some of those slopes.
Mr. Williams first.
And this might be the perfect fix. We purchase this piece of equipment, we go out and cut it. Then we charge the property owner and recoup it that way. It gets done and we get our money back.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I would say that someone's willingness to clean their yard in excess of what the code requires does not mean the person who buys the property then will be entitled to that same requirement. As to whether it's too steep or not should be a matter of the code. It's not whether someone else did it before.
But the code specifically says a ravine that is not able to be. And if it's able to be, because people historically have done it, then it's able to be. It's not, I'm not able to be, it is it able to be? So it's not subjective to this particular person, or they feel like they shouldn't have to do it anymore. It is an objective standard, and if it has been done before, then it is able to be done. If you want to change the code, change the code.
I need to get us back focused here. We're not talking about the code at the moment. Appreciate the perspective, appreciate a solution. We can come back to that. What the staff really needs to know is if we want to keep this item in the budget.
Yes.
I'd like to see it split, if possible.
Getting into the weeds, literally.
All right.
Alright. So, do you have enough direction?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on. I've tried hard to make sure that council's informed of any big spikes or lows in the budget. And in the general fund, one new piece, again, this is Chief Galt. He is asking for a virtual reality equipment and training item for the total of $70,000. It is in the handout that you have. It's called Milo Scenario Based Training. And what he is saying is, I'm going to read his notes. This type of training is now mandatory by law. It is very difficult to quantify the budget dollars, but roughly it is $1,000 if you were to send somebody away for the training, $1,000 per officer. So that would be $84,000 to train. He wants to do it in-house. There's a 1-year payback, and then going forward, he'll have that available to train his officers. So it's to do it in-house, combination of software and equipment.
Mr. Macias and Mr. Wynn.
Thank you. Is this something that we could even have other agencies send their officers and?
Yes. Yeah.
That's your theme over here, recoup.
Yeah, bingo. That's it. Because in this area, we can help out.
Nope.
Sounds good. Okay, next.
The chief will be pleased. The next item is, just to review the council's contingency. This year, it is a total of $800,000. I just want you to know, for a heads up, typically we try to place 1% of the operating budget in contingency that the council may or may not use throughout the year. We have historically sometimes used it. Then in addition, we've set money aside. We don't know the impact for the comp plan. We know that there's going to be some impact. We're going to come back when those results are in. So we've set aside funds, and it's going to be ongoing into the future as well. And then AFSCME has not yet settled their negotiations. So there's the potential. We kind of have in mind an average amount, but oh yes, I'm so sorry that's not listed on here. The library as well. So we've got some money to help with those negotiations. I mean, if needed, those settlements.
Yes, Mr. Wynn.
Is the comp, is that the Claxon comp? plan?
Yes.
Okay, not the comprehensive.
Oh, I'm so
No,
sorry.
okay.
It's classic.
That's what I thought.
I'm not saying it.
And didn't we do classic comp a few years? Is this a whole other classic comp? We rejected the old one, and
Police and fire never took the old one.
Good reason.
How about we let our administrator answer that?
Yes, we are redoing the classic comp study. And it's well
outside or
underway.
inside?
Externally. Being done externally by Evergreen.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, we had approved moving forward with that
Yes.
3 months back. And I was just curious about the city administrator contingency. That was a new line item. I just wanted a little more information.
Yes.
It gives us the ability to make decisions to acquire what's necessary and not have to wait in order to proceed to buy it. So rather than wait 2 weeks, so sometimes we have to buy things, and I can't wait 2 weeks. I'm not talking just emergency situations. There may be things that, need to be acquired within the purchasing policy that we have, which we're bringing forward as an amendment, just so you're aware of it, that this would complement that. So it gives both Barry and I the ability to make decisions without having to always come back to council for minor purchases.
Thank you.
And it's not in addition to, it's a part of. It's a part of, you originally had 5, taking 100 of the 5. Or asking, I'm asking to take.
Yeah.
Even better. Polite request. That sounds.
Next one is just an example. We went through the other night about some potential things that we are seeing in the budget going up, utilities, fuel, etc. Yesterday, we got the bid on road salt. And here, lo and behold, it's actually up 38% over last year. That's the average tonnage of 4,000 tons that we need. It was going to be $100,000.
Wow.
I just want you to know. And so you'll be seeing that, throughout the year. But we'll also hopefully have some good news that some things won't be as high as we, budgeted. But this happened to be one of the big ones, and I just wanted to give you as an example. It's crazy. It just drops out of the sky. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Did we have an excess or surplus from last year also to help
Oh,
defray the cost?
I think there was.
Yeah,
But this is just to bring it. This is to top it off.
Sure.
It's to top it off.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
We didn't top it off on our last contract?
Can't answer that. Mike can maybe speak to that.
We have, I believe we're about 2/3 to 3/4 full on our salt phones.
Okay, yeah, well, because historically, haven't we always topped it off on the last?
If the bid was low.
And, yeah. If we could look into that and find out what, or why we didn't, that would be.
Okay, that's Mr. Williams.
Are we still part of the state bid for salt, or are we still in the local consortium?
I believe we're in the,
I think last time we were with the
Was it
state.
local? Was it with the state last time?
I think we left the local consortium, Davenport, and those guys and went to the state.
yeah,
I think they
don't
look at
know
both
the
ways.
answer off the
Yeah.
top of my head.
Thank you.
Carol, this number from the state.
Yeah, we're looking at.
Purchase with the state.
This was the cheapest of whether it's local or state. It was the cheapest that Rod was recommending. Okay, is that correct?
Yeah, if we could get just a report of how much we got, why, if we didn't fill it up with,
Yeah, and what it takes to top out.
Okay.
Yeah. And then lastly, in the general fund, just to let you know, we're continuing on with restricting $1 million for the POB, and again, that was recommended for Moody's. And so the general fund is.
Second.
That's what you- Are
Second.
you okay with that? Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a second over here, with O'Brien and Williams. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. So we will take a few minutes to get our lunches. And get restarted here.
I've got somebody over there that.
Thank you, everyone. Carol Lawrence, please take it away. We're on the new cannabis tax fund.
And that is under tab 13. And I can just make a personal comment. Thank you, Janine. I can't believe you made separate lunches for everyone.
Well, thank you to Henry Hubble for doing it that way. You're welcome.
Turning to tab 13, page 1. This is our new cannabis tax fund, and the reason we set this up as a separate fund is so that we can segregate the dollars. And when Bob and I and Barry met, we felt that we wanted to recommend consideration to the council. Use these dollars. We never know from, I'm assuming year to year, what exactly will come in, but to use them on one-time projects, not to become from an operating standpoint. One-time things that we kind of give back to the community, either respective projects or anyway, this is the cannabis fund. So you'll see on page 1, projected dollars, potentially the first year in 23. Again, this is just a dart that we're putting out there. It's based on the developer recommendations. But 500,000 and potentially 750 for future years. Then down below on 1, you'll see we have some recommendations on the next page. Transfers to the park fund, and that's for capital. Transfer to a special events fund, and then we have some unallocated dollars as well in this fund that we want council to look at. So if you turn to page 2, you can become creative and you can suggest some items now. You can see kind of how we put it together. We have it in there.
Let her finish and then I'll call him.
We have in the allocation on 2, suggested consideration of transferring some money to parks, like similar to CIP. We started transferring 300,000 from the CIP to parks. This would be $200,000 from this fund. You know, one of the pillars is that quality of life, quality of place, and so we're just trying to, you know, make some of those types of projects, build them up. So that is a consideration to transfer that to parks. And then a transfer to a special events fund, which is our next item on the agenda. And that would primarily be for an annual celebration down here for the River Festival. And then we have not allocated the remaining 150. And I put a little footnote down there. As you know, the request has been made from the Public Arts Committee. This is kind of where this is coming back. You could consider using a portion of that for public arts or whatever you would like it to be for. It's potentially a new revenue stream. So
I'll go from left to right then. Mr. Moyer and then Mr. Waldman.
So I agree with the public art. I think we should fund it here, depending upon it. Public art's very important. It strengthens our sense of place and pride in our community. It's also a great revenue draw. We got this great downtown. We got a public art plan. I think we should invest in it. And then secondly, another thing that I was thinking about, Eric, and I don't know what if the park's giving you thought to it, but what I hear a lot from residents is, you know, we've got all these great summers. We got the pool, we got tennis courts and soccer and et cetera, but what keeps coming up is what do our youth, our under 21 do all winter long, you know, during the winter? And I just wonder if there's any thought. And so as we talk about this cannabis money, potentially in the parks, how we might look at, you know, funding some sort of winter amenities for our younger people, like just hanging out at the mall or wherever else they can hang out. Does anybody hang out at the mall? I'm sorry. And then the third thing is I know we're kind of running out of money really fast, and I'm just forcing the talk. But being that this is the type of funding that this, I still think that we should find some money somewhere for supplementing work to our older housing stock, whether we're talking about, you know, 50-50 programs or low interest loans to help maintain housing stock, you know, roofs, foundations, windows, whatever, and so forth, to help some of our lower income residents, as well as possible seed money for doing housing projects and that sort of thing. So, anyway, throw it out there.
thank you, Mr.
Thank
Waldron.
I got 2 or 3 comments too. Obviously, I'm not for the cannabis thing at all, but I do think these allocations are a step in the right direction, they can not try it. I have a question for Eric. Transfer to parks. Could that 200,000 go towards the futsal and the tennis?
I mean, it really can go for, anything we want as long as it's not paid for operating.
Right.
To kind of answer Alderman Moyer, we have, funding request in 23 to update our master plan that hasn't been updated since 2014. And one of the emphasis, that I want to make on this is winter activities. I'm assuming you're not talking like a rec center, but more like ice skating rink or tubing hill or something along those, some type of outdoor recreation during the winter.
Yes and no.
I would like to add though, even if you're not looking at these monies for operational expenses, any new capital projects have to have sustainability and operational budgeting, and so we gotta be really careful with those kind of ideas. Continue to.
Absolutely love transfer to the special events fund. I'm not a fan of festivals that are generated out of the general fund, so I just think that's a good idea to put cannabis money towards there. And towards the art, I still think since we have that 2% on those projects at 150, they have 150 already. They've had it for more than a year, haven't spent it. They're now are proposing giving them another 150. I think we'd be better served to take that down to 75,000 and then let that 2% go. And I don't agree with 2%, but not total. That's my comment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Schmidt.
I have a problem with any of the items we're talking about, but I do think that when it comes to our cannabis tax fund, we need to take a look and ensure that we are accomplishing some equity goals with this money. A large portion of what state infrastructure is built around and what I think we should follow is that we take an opportunity to help build up the people in our community who have challenges faced in their life from cannabis being illegal in the past and from how that has played out. I think some of the items Alderman Moyer talked about with housing would certainly be a good way to start down that path. So I agree with looking at opportunities like that. But I'd like to see us moving forward on things like that. I don't have a problem with the items that were thrown out, though I do think that I would like to see a little less going out of here due to the public art committee specifically, because I think we're just going to create a big pile of money and we keep throwing it at that until it's up and running. And if they come back to us and say you didn't fund us fully, then halfway through the year they said, but now please do fund us fully because we have these working things in place and we'd like to fulfill that. And I have no problem considering that in the future as well.
1 second. I will just add, I agree with your points about equity goals. I understand all your points and those are good as well. I will say there are a lot of good examples of programs across the country that cities are adopting for cannabis tax use. Some of them failing too far one direction or another, but I would like to see, if possible, some amount that can go to building up our workforce. For example, we've talked about CDL licensure, right? And it's really expensive and it's hard to do. And could we help different parts of our community with job readiness and fill some positions, whether with us or with local companies, because we're able to provide some sort of opportunity scholarship or grant of some sort, with obviously requirements for qualifying for that. But I think there are some unique educational opportunities we have, and I started looking into some of those, which I'm happy to share down the road. But workforce development, I think we will get something back from that, and so will the people benefiting from those dollars. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. And I do agree there should be an equitable lens when looking at this, and also in particular the lower income communities. So I do like the idea of doing something with housing, especially in neighborhoods that need a little bit of love. or have been neglected. The other thing too is, and I know I talked about the community ID program. That's something that's probably will be a one-time software, maybe a computer fee, and that's about it. It probably wouldn't be more than $20,000 based on what other communities were spending. So I would love to see this be used for something that could be utilized by a lot of whether it's low income or people in marginalized communities.
Thank you. Any thoughts? Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
Just one question, I got a comment. When we get the funds, I know at the county, when it became legal, it took a while to get those funds starting to generate. It takes up to 6 months to a year to get that money going into the city coffers.
I'm not sure if it's 6 months, Ryan. You know the timing. I think there's definitely a lag between the state receiving it and it coming on board. But there's also an approval at the end of the year. Like if it's been received, we keep our books open 60 days after the end of the year. So it'll be approved back into the current year. It's just all a matter of when we open up.
The timeline, Ryan, project at this point.
So we're working right now through some of the final engineering, design aspects of it, and then they should be bringing in that probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh,
so we'll start seeing construction out there probably, I would say, by Thanksgiving or so.
Okay, I just have one other comment. I mean, we've probably all got some complaints about the dispensary going in. Most of the complaints were the location of it. So I guess I'm weighing in on what we should do with the money. I think it should be done on the avenue of the cities. I think we can really use redevelopment up there, maybe some property acquisition, some of the stuff to improve the I guess the economic status of avenue of the cities.
Mr. Williams?
I guess politically, I would like to see a way to pull the gaming device money away, combine it with cannabis money, and that way you have something tangible to show the community, hey, these sin taxes or the money generated from this is what we were able to do with it. So it might be a way to package it and maybe encourage some more voting machines for some people.
Mr. Tay.
I would second, third, fourth the idea of housing. One mechanism might be to encourage better form-based code usage on the avenue, so that we can get more housing stock in those areas that are just kind of dilapidated buildings or just commercial properties, multi-use. I would also like potentially in that area, maybe Optimus Park, which is been targeted as, what about the park right next to it? Putting some money in that area just to make it, maybe putting some good winter uses in that big open. We're tying the circle here. But I just think like housing, parks, I think they're all really good. I would be cautious about spending too much of this money since it is an unknown. I think Moline saw, what, 700,000 first year?
750.
I don't know if we should count on anything near that. I mean, I've always estimated 200 or 300, you know.
That's why we're using 5. It's going to dilute. There's a dilution factor that's going to happen.
Yeah, and to that point, that was the first time, like, whatever we wind up funding out of here, we have to make a decision. Is it first in, first out, or is it a percentage? Because if we only wind up getting 350, is it, you know, how does that percentage work? And because of that, I'm not sure that parks is probably the best thing to fund from here. I'd like to fund that someplace else rather than this elastic, because over time, as more shops come in and those sorts of things, that seems not the best place for something as fundamental as the park CIP to come on that. I do have a couple of, like, the special events fund and then the hotel, motel, tourism fund. Again, are we slicing and dicing, or is this just purely one event, one festival, one whatever, and come hell or high water, we're going to spend this much money on it, or
It's the next tab, and we'll go into that. We'll do that before that, unless we're done with canvas.
well, I guess I'm in favor of the public art, trying to figure out a way to do that. I think that this probably long term would probably be a good thing for the sustainability once those projects are up, because there is going to need to be upkeep and those sorts of things. We have to make sure that there is some kind of fund for those things, and if, like I said, if we're taking the parks and doing that a different way, that the housing and the redevelopment, 100% should. That's what this should be for, to help our housing stock in our neighborhoods and revitalization. Whether it's programs to help people rehabilitate their homes, low moderate income, those sorts of things. That's what is absolutely needed in our community, and with the feedback from some in our community regarding their concern about this, if you can then take it and really make a dent in those things, I think that is the way to go. But I do like to combine in the syntax all together.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the transfer to the special event fund, and with the remainder under other council priorities to be discussed after we start generating revenue, so we have a clearer picture of what that's going to be.
Second.
All right, motion by Alderman Schmidt, second by Alderman Timian. Any further discussion? I would like to know what kind of workforce thing. I mean, there are multiple ideas that you all can flesh out. How much is a CDL? How many do we need? What do the local businesses that need them need? That kind of thing. So follow-up information. Yeah, Mr.
Based on that motion, that we're setting aside no cannabis funds for the art.
That is the motion I made.
Yes. All right. There's no further discussion. All in favor? Any opposed? Did everyone vote?
They can't say
I'd like to make an amendment to add the art back. Yes.
I'll
second that.
Got it.
All right. So we're going to vote on an amendment. Correct?
Yes.
Was there a second?
All right.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
At what amount?
At the 150, I will say that I texted during one of the breaks. I texted one of the members of the thing, and they had said that they are trying to set up a meeting with IDOT. That the verbal thing, but they think that face to face that this is it's still going to go through. That.
Good luck.
I'm just reporting what I was saying.
To make a point of clarification, because I was not clear on the vote, try to take on your motion, Mr. Schmidt. We're allowing them.
Fine. Yeah.
All right. So there's no further discussion on adding 150 up to go from this fund to go to public art. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay!
I'm taking a roll call now, please.
Person Wyatt,
Aye.
Timian,
Nay.
Moyer,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Waldron,
Nay.
Schmidt,
Okay.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Nay.
Now we do have 4 to 4.
Wait, really?
Is it again?
I don't know. I had 5-3.
That was 4-4. It was 4-4.
Did I do it again?
It was 4-4.
4-4.
Oh, Lord.
I have eyes of all the persons Went, Moyer, O'Brien, and Williams. Everyone else were nays.
Okay, so it's 4-4. I'm gonna say aye.
We win.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment to reduce the amount to 75,000.
Oh, second.
Alderman Timian, seconded by Alderman Waldron to reduce the amount to public art.
Correct.
To 75,000 from 150. Thanks. stuff then. Alright, here you go. But, yes,
I think if we're going to put the money in, that we should do it at full amount.
Boom.
I was in favor of holding off and finding an alternate fund source for the public art, but if we're gonna do it, then I think we should just do it.
My comment, Your Honor, I suspect that, project funds should make up the difference.
okay, thank you. Alright, hearing no further, is that a hand raise?
There's I need to say something, but I
Okay.
could not have taken a bite.
Mr. Went.
And this is just for 2023. This is not.
That's our understanding, correct? Alright, I'm gonna ask for a roll call vote, please.
Alderperson Went,
Nay.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Nay.
Williams,
Nay.
Macias.
Aye.
Five ayes, 3 nays. Yep.
Alright, so the motion on the table remains the 150 to special events.
Right.
And now amended with 75,000 to public art,
Right.
and that is for 2022.
Thirty-two,
Three, good lord, 2022.
225 allocated,
Got it,
275, 287.
Got it. Alright, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call please.
Sorry, I'm still writing. Okay. Alderperson Went,
Aye.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Aye.
8 ayes, no nays.
Everybody's on the same page.
Alright. So we're finished with number 9. Do we have more to do on special events other than weekend? Yeah, okay.
And if you tab 12, please, we'll turn to the business view. And then we get to page 1. From the revenue, it's actually coming in as transfers in, so look at the bottom third of the page. And you'll see for the special revenue fund is a transfer in from the general fund for 10,000, 50,000 from the tourism, which we're gonna go through in just a second. And then the 150 we just talked about from cannabis. Tourism funds, the reason we're starting to transfer future dollars from the general fund is you'll see in a minute, tourism, that fund balance has basically been depleted. Portion that is available for special events, and we've got to find an alternative revenue source. We're gonna hit that in a minute, so turn the page, and you'll see the listing of all of the special events. And this is what the committee put together. What we've spent in the past as well as with Bob's review. But the biggest one is to add a new River Fest for 150,000. And the other ones we've had, and we do have a contingency there highlighted in yellow for 24,000. Basically 25. But that's just something that else comes up along the way. Gives the committee some money to work with. And then the hope is as well, like for the River Fest, that we'll continue grant money that can either enhance the festival or to help offset our costs. One of the two.
So this list of events, outside of the Lisa River Festival, is primarily it's events that they come to us requesting funding, and the special events committee then approves it, and we're presuming to remain flat. Is that how I'm understanding that correctly?
I'm assuming they're all ongoing requests, so there's nothing really new here.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, they're all ongoing, but the River Fest, we would be the one.
Of course, yeah. But I'm just making sure that's how we are building this out, and that it's based on what we have done in the past for those events.
Right.
So one of the things historically we've done is those funds were typically used as kind of the incubator, the startup to get them up and running. If they're, the idea is if you want to start a new event, sometimes getting it up and running costs a little bit more before you get your sponsors, proof of concept, and those sorts of things. That, again, historically, we wanted to avoid like being the purse for these groups, so they just keep coming back and forth. With the exception, if they wanted it to be an ongoing thing, like we did, I think, with the Quad City Marathon, we actually signed an agreement with them that said we will provide this for X amount of years for those sorts of things. And so I have no problem with staying with that policy. I am not interested. I mean, obviously, us putting on the River Festival is a different animal. That's us. But for these other groups and organizations, if it's something that is really growing whatever they're doing, taking it kind of to the next level, or just starting things off, I'm all for that. I am not for us just picking winners and losers and being the sustainable purse for some of these organizations that they just keep coming back. Unless it's something specific, and then those long term would come to council and sign off on it.
Thank you for making that point. I would also add that the broader conversation in the Quad Cities about investing in tourism is really important at this point. We heard it yesterday at this joint meeting as well. But Visit Quad Cities is very intent on helping people. Obviously, it's their business, but it's a bigger business than I think we've spent time thinking about together as a council. And so I would be in favor of some of these dollars that have traditionally gone to groups year after year after year to actually be put into this bigger regional tourism network that we need to support, because those dollars become the wallets and the purses, to quote Mr. Vitas, that walk on our streets and shop in our stores and stay in our restaurants and stay in our hotels. So I think we really need to prioritize that use of this fund somehow. Like, I would say send some of it to Visit Quad Cities. Yes, sir.
I like the idea that we partnered with the marathon, but like Mercado, I mean, that's really taken off big time. I like to see us enter into some type of agreement long term that's understood contractually.
I don't believe we have an agreement with Mercado.
No, I'd like
I think
to.
Right, he wants
there's
to
been
see
requests that we
If
have
we're going to
funded.
continuously.
Yeah, I'd like to see
But
that.
that's
to
probably
lock
one of
it
the
in.
most successful things happening downhill right now. Next to
Mr.
the
Schmidt
arena.
and then
of course.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I think the point of this money remaining as some sort of an incubator, and if it's going to remain in place long term, I think it is appropriate to have a threshold that says after so many years, we have to move to an agreement model. Say because I'm not opposed to continuing to fund these events, because I think pulling the funding completely would be a good way to just get a lot of events to leave Moline. But by saying, hey, you want this money, that's great, but let's make a 3-year agreement. Let's talk about this. Let's maybe have an eye toward how it's growing or if it needs to grow. And so I don't know if that then becomes something the special events committee defines what's the term for that for a few years or how that needs to work. But I agree with that kind of a model.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, and I would also say there's a couple that it's really not much, but I don't know what kind of economic impact that they have. Yeah, we should have like a time limit. You're only going to get it. I agree with both your comments. But does anybody know why the Quad City Marathon does it on a Sunday morning as opposed to a Saturday? No?
Mr.
A lot of
Williams.
distractions.
Mr. Williams.
I think in part because of traffic flow, and it's easier to get state permission to shut things down.
Because I think if they were to do it, if we're giving them this money, if they were to do it on a Saturday, we could have something kind of like Bix Fest, like something huge. Make
Well, part of that agreement has a Friday night, and
There's a free
other
run
ones.
events there.
Yeah, because everybody works on Monday, so they don't really party on Sunday night, and that would really benefit our bars and restaurants in downtown, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
But I think it'd be naive to think that there aren't other people in other communities that would steal that away in a heartbeat.
Oh,
One of the reasons we entered into that agreement, and we're mentioning names, but I think we should, that's where they like it that's to run their event, and that's the priority, not to provide the party or to make it easier for everyone else. So I think we should encourage them to continue where they're at and support them.
Well, in addition to your comments, and I understand yours, but we want to watch out for duplication, even in events. And if Bix Fest is already a thing, right? We don't necessarily have to have the same thing. Had something else related to that.
Yeah, and he could have a perfectly good explanation that the elite runners can only do it like on Sunday, or they didn't travel time. Yeah, there could be. I just didn't know if anybody here knew why.
And so, in addition, we don't know who else wants to come along and do interesting things in Moline that needs funds from the special events fund. So a reshuffling of our priorities and some policy changes is probably due here. So we can, is that the consensus of the council to send it back to staff to do more, give us more information? Mr. Moyer?
Well, I guess you're saying what I was going to say. I think it's not a lot of money we're talking about. I think the special events committee is doing a really great job. They can look at things like pickleball, where a few hundred people are coming into our community, and there's a return on the investment. I think whether or not they need the 2,500 is probably what we should look at.
Or it should be a long-term agreement.
Or a long-term agreement. Those are all good ideas. Mercado on Fifth is huge for the community. Again, whether they need it or not, but I think hard decision for us to make. It'd be much better to sit with that community.
Thank you. Anything further on that?
Good direction.
All right, so that apparently needs a motion.
Is that a motion then to send it back to the committee to? Okay, I'll make that motion.
To take into consideration everything we talked about.
Right. I'll send it out.
Motion by Alderman Moore, second by Alderman. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Number 11.
And just to clarify, I will plan to leave the spending authority in total there. It just won't be allocated until the council makes a recommendation. Okay. The next one then, this is very quick, page 6. I just wanted to give you an update on the tourism fund, which is actually what it's called now, not the mark.
Vibrate.
You'll see here, if you look along the fund balance on page 6, this is where you can see the fund balance depleting. For 23, we're going to bring it down to 67,000, and then it'll drop to 18 and then kind of stay the same. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. If you turn to, and that's why we're looking for other sources for the special events. And then if you can turn to page 21, just to give you a heads up, this is the nice positive news.
Page.
No, I'm sorry, page, it's under the same one.
It's R21, the audit report 29.
Yes. Yes.
Type over.
Our people is on doubling up.
Double.
21 or 29, second to the last page.
Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, 13 and page back.
During COVID, we all know the event center closed down. I always want to call it the mark. It's been years. Yeah. And the city offered some ARPA money to help them build back on those reserves. So in 21, you'll see it there where it especially dropped down to $2.5 million for operating surplus. And now with 22, their last audit that was here this spring, they're back up to 6.6 million. The reason I bring that up is, number one, it's great for the community, but as you know, we have that agreement that if that surplus ever dips below, that the city is responsible for picking up the shortfall. So it's nice to know that we've got some wiggle room, significant wiggle room before the city might have to jump in.
Cheers.
That's all I had.
Do they have a target policy of what their
reserve should be?
Yeah.
I asked that question just the other day and I didn't get a straight answer yet, so.
I think that's something we should
I think
probably.
there is a policy, but nobody really knew it offhand.
Because I just want to make sure that they don't think, oh, well.
It should be 25%, so it never go.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the thing is, so that we make sure that long term, that they have the bandwidth to sustain a couple of years like this without.
Well, they're starting to see an uptick in business too. There's a greater demand by artists to actually come. So I think you're going to start to see that it's turned a corner. So they had some red months. Now they're seeing black and black and black, and that's really important.
Thank you.
With along those lines, with the changes of what we're doing with for better lack of the grass street landing, did that get put on hold? The outdoor,
The Great Lawn Project.
whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Great Lawn Project is actually still there. They haven't walked away from it yet. I think Scott Mullins is really still pushing that as an outside venue. On a limited basis, small time venue. Jeff Nelson, of course, supports it because they want to do some realignment with the trail. And if you go back there, you get it. I mean, you can easily get clipped by a fast moving bike through there. Almost got hit. Yeah, 2 days. Oh, they got a guy shouted. But the reality is that they're still working on it. There's still allocations out of Springfield that they're waiting on. And then they'll probably come back and go to the city and work on that.
We held off, right?
We held off. We're the ones that held off. They made a financial request. We pushed them back.
Because now with thinking long term with the new space,
Exactly.
I just don't want us to. Oh wow, this would have been.
Great Lawn's a nice place, just the way it is. I like it. But that's just my opinion.
Some art down there.
I like it over there. Go for a walk. That's beautiful.
All right, are we ready for number 12? Thank you.
We'll move on to parks and then planning. Page 1. And we're gonna start at the top and kind of go to the bottom, try to make it quick. We'll start with revenues. If you go down to 22 and the 23 columns, you'll see there is the jump in property taxes that we're talking about, crossing over some additional property tax into parks. Then intergovernmental stays the same, that's the replacement tax credit that we give. And then charges for services. This is where Eric has estimated some increases for the new pool that's opening. The other numbers there are pretty flat. Then if you go down to the expenditure side, you'll see kind of the same increase for culture and rec that's going up. They're jumped up a couple $100,000 again. That's offset with their own charges for services, but it's up about 5.8%. Like I said, the pool expenses, their seasonal help continues every year, and that's the minimum wage agreements with the states. The seasonal cost is going up. We've included ash borer additional money, and the tree bank Parks is taking over. So that's what those variances are. Then we've got a couple lines down. 880,000 for the roads and parking. And then skipping on down to the blue and green, partially of what we're using in addition to taxes is a transfer in from the CIP, and that's primarily infrastructure projects that we do. Then here you'll see there's the transfer from the general fund, that 550,000 we talked about earlier. If you go back to 21, you'll see the history there. We used to have significant transfers from the general fund. It is now dropping from the general, and instead it is up above under the property taxes. So the net difference really pretty much washes itself out. Again, the one-time transfer from the general for the roads in the current year, that $3.5 million, that was for the pool that we talked about drawing the fund balance down. And then this one had targeted cannabis, but that will be an offset now, council's direction. So right now we're looking at just shy of a 17% increase in the fund balances. And it's a much different story than where we thought we were last year. They also had some vacancies, and you'll hear about that when we hit the library as well. So they were able to save some money on that. If you turn to page 3 under this section, just to kind of highlight the project. I just always focus on the 23 year. Everybody's on page 3. You'll see some significant projects there. One of the biggest ones being Riverside Pool, and we added the 880 for the roads. One thing that we'll talk about when we also get to TIP 2, and I think, is it on the 25th, Eric, you're bringing forward Stevens Park?
Yes.
We've got it noted there at the very bottom. Stevens Playground replacement, the potential of 300,000, partially funded from TIP 2. Again, we've got some dollars, albeit outer years, but a year ago, the council did vote to use some of those funds and have it advanced from the general fund in the meantime. Because there's an opportunity to get 50% paid by a game time grant. And Eric's bringing that forward.
Mr. Moyer and then Mr. Webb.
Okay, thanks. Eric, can you tell me this monument upgrade at Riverside Cemetery? I see it's in 24 and 25. That's, we got an amazing cemetery, and some of those stones are leaning. This is that we talked about, the base.
Yeah, I talked to the couple, Moline Monument and then the company in Rock Island about it, and they don't have the capacity because of supply issues, and they're so backed up because of COVID. They're backed up about a year to a year and a half, but they said that could be a possibility to start in 2024. And instead of doing, 300 to 400,000 right away, is to start hitting, chunk by chunk. Also in 23, we have funding in there to do a study separate from the Parks Master Plan about the Riverside Cemetery. That cemetery, over the years, we've put very little into it, and there's quite a few problems with the sides of the hill. One might be addressed with being able to trim that, but as a city, we have no responsibility to fix those foundations. And obviously, people drive by that every single day, and they see them falling over or have fallen over. And so this long-term sustainability of what it looks like to take care of the cemetery, at an A rating, a B rating, a C rating, what we're currently doing. But yes, that's the fixing the headstones. And if we fix the headstones within the one way, which is about 1,000 headstones, I mean, we have way more than 1,000 headstones in the regular cemetery that are also in similar condition, but maybe not as worse. So, I mean, you're looking at thousands of headstones to replace foundations. So that's kind of why the plan to look at Riverside as a whole.
Yeah, it's good though. I like it. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Went was next, then Mr. O'Brien.
I got a couple of things. So with the headstones, is there anything with like the Historic Society or anything like that where they are interested in helping with?
I haven't reached out to them yet. We've talked to Davenport on what they did, what their, I don't know what their cemetery is called, but I'm just going to call it the Pioneer Cemetery, like the original one. They had a friends group come in and do it on their spare time and on their own.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping is maybe we can try to figure something out.
Yeah.
I don't think that we tap the resources of our volunteer groups and different organizations as much as we probably should. I think
another idea is maybe working with Black Hawk. I know their construction program, we only get them for a week or two a semester, but to see what it would take to do a row of them.
Yeah.
Some stuff out of it. And that goes along with the master plan of Riverside, to see, from talking to the two cemetery companies, is not any construction company can do it, fixing these foundations. And I have not looked into what it really takes, but apparently it's more complicated than just pouring a section of concrete and then putting the heads in it over. So.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
Just from personal experience, for Moline Monument and Artstone in Rock Island, I just ordered a headstone. You'll be happy to know that my name is on the headstone. But it's a year out wait just for one, and they've gone through it, but they can't explain to me why it takes so long just to pour the slab it's going to sit on and to mount the stone. I've already got the stone. I think I don't know, there's some bureaucracy there that I don't get.
Thank you. Mr. Walter.
A couple questions or comments. I see the requests 2023 are $400,000 roughly higher than what the administration recommended. Are you going to be able to do these projects for the price the administration is recommending? That's my first question.
Yeah, so originally when I spoke to Bob about it, I asked, is there a threshold of what I can and cannot ask for? Because we do have a significant park system. And scaling back on some of them, like the new playground and shelter upgrades at East End Park, that playground was just approved this past week. Game Time Grant cut that playground cost by $40,000. So that was one of the things. The garden, that should be garden center parking lot came in at first that 300,000 was a placeholder, and then engineering gave me a cost that was significantly lower. I believe it was like 181 or something like that. So yes, cutting down on some of those projects that were easy to cut back on, yeah, we should be able to do it. The only one I'm not sure about yet is the roof replacement for Music Guild, because they were doing upgrades to their restrooms this year. I don't think they have the funds to do the roof next year, but at that time we had put in the full cost of replacement that's covered by the city. So that's something to be determined, you know, if it gets approved.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Seeing at the project listing, have we given up on doing tennis and futsal at Riverside?
So it'll be once we bid out. So now the base bid will be the roads, the parking. That'll be an alternate, and then I'll bring it back to city council and show what the cost would be. And at that time, you know, it'll be determined if you guys want to fund it or not. But I'm assuming probably no.
Let's say it's a no. What do you intend to do with the existing tennis courts?
Well, the cannabis funding, if approved, I'd like to try to resurface it better than what the actual servicing that was done in 2017. 2017 was really just a Band-Aid because they were more worried about the lights than the actual the court servicing. So.
Thank you.
Mr. What?
Few things. The Music Guild, with our agreement with them, what are we responsible for and what are they responsible
for? So they're
for?
responsible for 100%.
Okay, that's a good.
They've come to the city in the past and requested funding and have gotten some, but very little. But another discussion I had with Bob is these are our facilities at the end of the day. If Music Guild left, we would be stuck with this facility. And part of the master plan that we want to look at is possible funding for these outside groups like soccer, like Music Guild, Moline Little League, to help them continue their progress in the whole.
Right.
Biggest concern is the roof.
Exactly. Well, but we took those things. I mean, 'cause when we negotiated that, we took those on what their rate was that they get charged because we just negotiated this like in the last 5 years or something like that.
I think it was 2016. Also, they came and presented the updates that they're going to be doing to the restroom, and Park Board requested to go to City Council and ask for funding in 2022 for it. After speaking with Bob, taking it back to Park Board and saying, well, what about if they already have the money for the restrooms, let's fund another project in future years, and that's where the roof came into play.
I'd just be hesitant. I mean, that should be something if we're not going by the agreement that we signed, that should probably come back here before we do that.
Bring an amendment to the agreement.
Yeah. Stevens Park, the courts, and is that now next year?
Yes. So that originally was bid out really late in the year and really had no interest from general contractors. The only one that bid on it was an asphalt company and bid almost 50% higher than the estimate. So we're actually going to bid it with Riverside parking and street work because it's essentially the same thing. And if for some reason it comes out too high, like the lighting and the fencing, the module system for the soccer, the direct cost from Musco was $257. They put almost $125,000 on top of that as their markup. So that might be something where we purchase the module system and then just have them install.
Yeah, just set on that.
But yeah.
Two other things. The riprap along what areas? I mean, are those any adjacent to any TIFs that could be like by Western? Well, by West, I don't know where you're thinking about doing the riprap. So, but if it's along like where Western is and those sorts of things, there may be some opportunities.
This was just general for the Ben Butterworth Parkway and to start on a section and see how far we can get on it. So if we do down by Western, that would make the most sense to start there.
yeah, it might be important, yeah, to figure those things out because, you know, by the Kone, there may, that tip and there's some other opportunities. And then the last, we'd had this conversation, and you and I talked about the tree policy for the city and everything, and I know that we're working through the parks and the ash borer and getting through those sorts of things. But my concern is the tree bank, when it was originally created and funded, it was basically the idea was twofold. One was to ensure that within our streetscapes and those areas, whether it's downtown, uptown, old town, whatever, that those trees get installed, and if one of them go down, that they're replanted and those sorts of things. And the other was it was in a direct response to, we had a road project on 14th Street, kind of up by Seton. It used to be this beautiful overhung tree-lined street that, you know, was beautiful to go down. We wound up going in and resurfacing it and basically clear cut all but like 3 trees on it. And so the idea was that the tree bank's idea would be that we would have funds for when we did projects to, I guess, better utilize those right of way, work with the arborists, work with the utilities, make sure we're not planting them in areas that are over utilities and those sorts of things, but was beautification of our right of ways. And my concern with this getting kind of thrown into parks is that it will kind of just get swept into all the replacement of trees and those sorts of things, where we've had discussions at the streets about using those funds for, you know, down through Morgan Park, as we're putting that new path in. We're going to be taking out some trees and we'll want to replace some of them possibly in the right of way and different things like that. So I guess I'd like to hear from other people, but I'd like to pull that back out. I know at one point it got thrown into economic development. I think some people didn't know what to do with it, but I think that it probably makes more sense for what we're trying to accomplish to be either in engineering or.
Mr. Griffith and then Mr. Masood.
So at that point, I think it makes the most sense to go into Parks and Recreation because we're the ones doing tree trimming on the right of ways. We're the ones working with the nurseries and regular citizens on tree planting in the right of way. I have no problem working with engineering or CED and saying, hey, we want 7 trees put back here, and then we work with, you know, the 2 nurseries and say, okay, we'll put it back. But I think since we're doing all the tree work anyways, and when I say parks, like park maintenance is under Public Works, but the budget is within Parks and Recreation. So between Public Works and Parks and Rec, I think it makes sense.
If that's the case, then maybe we put together a policy that earmarks that for that it's only going to be used for these things.
And I think that's what I kind of just say what I was telling a little bit at one of the breaks is, you know, the last 2.5 years, we have spent a lot of money on ash tree removal, derecho trees, and have put very little back. And everyone keeps asking, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And we are still getting rid of some of those trees. On top of the Parks and Rec master plan and the cemetery plan, we are also just finished and submitted a grant for a tree management plan. And from my understanding, everyone that submitted last year received funding for this grant. So that would help us write on about right away planting, you know, tree planting within our parks and within our city. And it looks at our tree inventory and making sure that we're not just having all ash trees or all maple or all this. So that if something happens again, we're not taking out roughly 10 to 15% of our tree inventory within the city.
So this is an outgrowth of the meeting we had here that we hosted with the Morton Arboretum.
Yep. And that's my
Thank you, Mr. Masood.
You answered what I was going to ask. Yeah, having a diversity of trees, because I know in Glen Oaks we have some really old trees. And I've seen people who fix trees shoot stuff into them. They have diseases. But yeah, I just know that we're probably gonna have more of those big old trees falling down and people do want to replace them, but they shouldn't be all like the same species.
And we also talked about, having a grant program in either 23 or 24 that says if you want to plant a tree in the right of way, like in your front yard, you know, the average price of a tree right now is roughly $500. If you put in $100 or $200, the city will match the remaining amount, and you take on the responsibility of making sure that it's watered, and properly taken care of, minus tree trimming, obviously. But and then it would be an application that would be approved by the department that said, okay, based off of the square footage or, you know, close to stop signs or utilities or anything like that, this is the kind of tree, and then we work with you and the nursery to have that plan. Love that.
What's your word?
For the replanting within our parks, because we tried to do a partnership with Living Lands and Waters for some of the streetscaping, and I think the trees for that application probably wasn't the best. But I really think that talking with them, because when I talked with them a couple of years ago, they were all for it. That they've got a nursery, I guess, down in St. Louis where they can get as many trees as we want to replenish our park. So
yeah, usually they said between 30 and 50. I don't know the technical term of it, but it's the really little like seedling, I would say. Sapling, that we give out during Arbor Day and stuff.
Oh no, these were. I'll get you the guy from Living Lands and Water. Jeff Manus was best friends with them or whatever. But these are. I mean, they're not 2-inch caliber trees, but it's like it's a 1-inch and something substantial enough that in the parks, I think in the right of way with the salt and the snow and all those weren't hardy enough. But certainly in parks where they could really spread their roots, I think that'd be.
Alright, is there anything else in Barnes in this particular item 12? Okay, so we need a motion on the parks one.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Alderman Timian, I think I heard Mr. Went first. Thank you. And second, any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Moore.
Sorry, captain's table was brought up.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just to make mention, as I just said that, I'm gonna turn back. Captain's table is on track from the city standpoint as far as the loan repayments and all that. If we turn to page, actually, it's Captain's table, we turn to page 2. And you look at those fund balances, and say, mercy, we're in the hole. Well, those are the outstanding loan payments. And as you go along the road, you can see that consistently it's being paid back. And it is slowly, and it's going to be over 20 years. But that was the agreement that was made, and we've got some business taxes coming in that help maintain some of the things, and it's working just fine. It's right on track.
That's the short.
And the dredging, that's not the harbor, right? That's just
what dredging?
Boats, right? What? And 2025?
That's required in the agreement.
Well, for the harbor, yeah. That's why I just want to make sure that these are only ramps and not because that was one of the things we want to make sure we avoided. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we're back to the motion to accept as presented with our consideration for our conversation. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. On to number 13.
Under the library, tab 9. And this fund, it's in very good shape from where we were anticipating a year ago. If you take a look at the fund balance on page 1, everybody is there. Moving across the board, again, they had some significant vacancies a year ago, and they were able to do a one-time pop-up as a result to kind of reestablish their fund balances. But they're right at our city policy there, that 25% pretty much across the board. It also includes highlighted in yellow some money for capital outlay, just similar to parks and quality of place. And if you turn the page, you'll see Brian did some nice write-ups on what they would like to consider using some of that funding for if the city council chooses to allocate that $75,000. Mr. White?
Yeah, I know this is kind of bounced back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. The debt service on that building, that's no longer in their budget, right? That's,
No, that's correct. No, it is not.
and when does that fall off?
I think we're looking it up right now. It is very close here to dropping off.
I think, I always thought that it should be in the budget, but regardless, that once that debt service comes off, obviously there's funds that aren't being used for that have always been sent towards the library. So can we find out how much that is and how does that?
I think we're looking at it's home rule film tax. And as you know, if you look at their budget, other than property taxes, that is the primary revenue source. So whether it's
Well, I'm all for that extra once that debt service comes over to funding. So.
Yes, Mr. Walden.
Maybe this is a question for Brian himself. Brian, you've filled all your positions now. You have that special fundraising position. And how's it doing? Is that position bringing in any funds yet?
Yes, we do. We filled the development manager position. We filled that earlier this year. It's starting to kick in. We've been successful in getting sponsorships for the library, some smaller grants for the library. He's going to play a big role in the property development, the land south of the library. So very happy to have him on board. Cultivating relationships with donors right now as well. So we're very happy to have him.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
So, and knowing with the capital pieces that are in this plan and a big piece of that focus on the property right next door. And I'm sorry if this isn't our last meeting that I missed, but do we have any better idea at this point of what anticipated costs for the redevelopment are?
No, I wish I could give you a better idea on that, to be honest with you. We have it's almost ready. We have a draft RFQ right now. It's at Corporation Council right now for review, asking for landscape design services as well as it'll give us a better cost estimate as far as what we're looking to do next door. So right now, I wish I could give you a better number. I look forward to being able to do that.
But that is a point where it's talking about where the development manager would be working to help fulfill that. I know the library board has discussed that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further?
Motion to approve the library.
Thank you. There's a second by Alderman Wendell. That was Moyer and Wentz. Thank you.
But find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to find a debt service for you.
Pays info on 20 at the end of 20.
Oh, okay. And how much was our?
It's 570 a year.
570,000.
Yeah, interested.
But is that wrapped up in the other home rule funds, or is that non-allocated?
No, it's part of the home rule that we're already talking about dropping out.
Oh, okay. So that's part of that 150.
No way.
1 year.
Okay. That's what I was hoping, but it would be better if it would drop off 2 years from now, and then
Okay. If there's nothing further, then all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll have a whole other sheet.
Yeah, and
Backside,
I'm gonna kind of find
14.
7.
I'm gonna kind of find your own tips. If you can turn to tab 10, and then turn to page 17. As you know, everything that we're working right now from the county is a tentative evaluation. Until we get the update come May, our cash flows are just a projection because we don't even know what the other taxing bodies are going to do to their levy rates. I do want to point out several things. Number one, if we reduce our potentially levy rate, we don't know how much the levy rate will go down. That does have an impact over future years, the portion that comes back to the city, whether it's what we have to pay for debt service or for say we have a rebate agreement of 90-10, city retains 10%, it reduces our available project money. When we reduced it a year ago, when we looked at the future impact on projected impact, it was just, I think it was $430,000. And so if we do it now, we don't know what the levies are all going to be at, but it will be a significant change as well. I mean, it's just a course of what the impact will be. But I just wanted to point that out. That as we get updates with those in May, these numbers are all going to shuffle, and the amounts that are available, the net amount will change as well. But right now, if you turn to page 17, I'm going to go through these very quickly, and if we want to spend more time on tips, we can have a special work section as well. But page number 17 is the projected cash advances to other funds. If you go down on the general fund, it's the gray line. Look at 23, you can see, we talked earlier how that's going to pop up to $9.2 million in 23 and potentially continue to rise a good $500,000 or better if we don't see development coming on board. If you go up to tip number 7, that is the primary tip that is doing the major drawdown. We could, if there was no development, end up with $9.1 million shortfall at the end of the tip. We certainly hope that's not going to be the case. But on an annual basis, you can see just going down the row on 2023, we've got advances from the tip number 2 of over $1 million. Tip number 6, 475. Tip 7, the $1.7 million. And then there's also rands that are getting paid back on tip 7 to the water fund and WPC on top of these. So tip number 7 has some significant work to do. But it's a recap. We continue to monitor this, and we can have some special work sessions when we get some final numbers from the assessor. If you turn to page 18 and take a look at the red box, and I reached out to all the department heads concerned, we do have some positive news in some of our tips. The old high school, Kone, South Park, and Route 6, in that these are the project dollars available in excess. And we do have to use those monies or we lose them. We have to turn them back and divide it up between our taxing districts. So the department heads are on those dollars with projects. So we'll just keep you updated. And then the last page, really to hit on this, is page 19. These are all the outstanding bonds, and according to the development agreements, the property tax rebates that the city is responsible to be giving out. The interesting thing is if you look to the final TIF payout in the bottom right-hand corner between bonds and all the rebates, and this is just the snapshot now, what's left to be paid, almost $38 million. So it's a lot to pay out, but there's been a lot of investment within the community as part of that. But this is a huge portion of the overall budget. And it's all part of community development. That's that service area of economic development, community development, are these TIF funds. The last one I'm going to point out is just, as you know, TIF number 1 is closing, and Tara and Ryan and myself too. We're working with Ansel Link, and we will be bringing forward to you the final resolution to close that out at December 31st. And you can see there, this is kind of the final year, the final calculation with some final payouts that we project. They're going to change ever so slightly, but that will be in the final recap that we do for council when we propose the final closing. Thank you. Questions? Sure.
Where did we end up with the bathroom down at Bass Street?
Oh.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, so with Parks and Recreation taking over SSA 5, we're gonna have a meeting in the next couple of weeks about a restroom facility. The total cost of a prefab installed is roughly $350,000 to $400,000, and so we're gonna ask the city council if we could pay half of it out of TIF and half out of the reserves for SSA 5. There's roughly $258,000 in reserves. Take 200 from there and 200 from that TIF, and I've already kind of.
How's that doing?
Yeah,
Is that not like tip number 5?
2. No, sorry.
It's 5.
Yeah, you're right.
Five.
Sorry, I was
Tip
thinking
number
of the
It's 5.
And so, will the location have to change if we're doing that?
of the restroom facility.
Yeah.
I
Because
don't think so, no, I think
is that within the TIF?
it's within that tip.
Okay, let's just make sure, because I saw those monies and I was hoping that's.
So long as it's not on federal property, we should report it there with the arsenal.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there another question? Thank you.
Thanks. On tip number 10, I had a question about the rebate that goes back to Genesis. I was told by our corporate counsel a couple years ago that because there was failure to perform on this is directly related to the trail that goes around, and that's really not maintained, and it's gravel and it's gravel kind, and grass is growing over it. And they're not really performing. That was the question that we had I think it's been a year and a half ago, and I was told that corporate counsel had instructed to no longer make that rebate payment. And so I see it's in the budget. So I'm just curious where we're at on that, and if maybe.
First, I've heard that. So,
yeah, because there's a thing in the development agreement that talks about a professional trail or something like that.
That kind of winds around the property.
Dumping a bunch of gravel is probably not.
They did put in some, they put in a few pieces of exercise equipment and so forth. That turned out to be nothing more than roofs, nests for walls and whatnot. I mean, it's just there should be more being done there. Is what I'm saying. That was okay.
Thank you. I can look into that.
I want to raise a question then along those same lines. Tip number 5 all makes sense. My understanding is that in that development agreement, in order for the rebate to be given, only I think 1 more year or 2 years left in that agreement, that building must be 50% occupied.
Well,
that building is not 50% occupied. It's not 50% occupied in a long time. Long time. So I may come back to you with some consideration on that, whether or not we're going to handle $60,000 since we've like well this company in relationship to a building that's standing pretty much vacant. So with a top floor that's totally undeveloped, with the exception of two condos, which I don't understand either. So I'll bring that out there on the public.
Thank you.
And there's no advances to that. That need to be paid back to the
Fortunately, but I'll work with Ryan.
I need to look into that very carefully.
This got over 500,000.
It's close to 6.
All right, so multiple follow-up issues here, but are we ready to? Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion by Moyer and Went. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
On the back side. In 9 minutes.
And in light of, we will do it. In light of the fact that we want to have discussions on the use fees, I'm gonna rearrange this just ever so slightly, if it's okay with council, but I'm gonna hit through number 15 kind of quickly, unless you have some questions. We kind of hit it last Tuesday night, and there's not a lot additional other than what we said in the PowerPoint. With our active health and retiring funds, it's tab number 14. I'm just gonna have you turn to pages 2 and 3. And you can see there that the cash flow, if you look at the 15 year, look at year 25. We've been continuing to draw that fund balance down ever so slightly. That was based on direction with our fund balance policy. And so that's what we're doing it slow though, to make sure that it's working. We don't want to overreact or go too quickly. No, we don't want to overcorrect. But then you'll see the chart on the other side and everything's working. The drawdown is all working, everything's breaking even. And again, Ashley and Leah, they're just doing an outstanding job trying to remember and retire. It's big funds, the benefits of those.
Well, a lot of the percentage decreases because we're just paying more. The reserves is staying steady, but.
Yeah. And then Alderman Wint had asked the question on Tuesday night, where are we at with the OPEB? If you turn to that page 7 in your book, this is a snapshot, and I'm not going to go into all these other ones. Although I will say IMRF, you'll see there that they've overpaid 10%. This was as of last year. They're at 110%. But we are at, the unfunded with our retirees is about 73%. And we're making ever so slight improvements. But it's big dollars because what's crazy is the actual unfunded portion from an actuarial standpoint. You know, we were down at 12 million, it jumped to 13, then clear up to 15 million. That really overcompensates for where we thought we were going to be percentage-wise. And that's just the actuarial based on our age and the number of positions. So it's our actuaries.
You want to go first?
Oh, sorry, Ms.
Well,
Moline.
And with an aging workforce, the next 4
No,
years,
and
it's
no,
gonna
an
go through
aging
the roof.
that does have absolutely plays
As these
into
retirees in the
the
next 5
proportion.
years go, we could be,
Yes,
Yeah.
with the benefits that we offer.
Did we at one point negotiate with the last meeting for new people coming in?
So we have, that's actually in place with all of the
Tier
employee
2.
groups. Correct. So we're gonna, you're right, with an aging workforce, we're gonna see it go up. And then we're gonna start to see it come back down.
Yeah.
More drastic.
Yeah, so we've got a second tier that's down the line. So, but my concern is with this ramping up that much, is that just because of the, I mean, it's clearly not that we need to put more in for the new hires, but it's because of the current ones, the costing more, living longer, that.
Thank you.
But
Just the population, the pool of population.
Like this guy right here.
It's almost.
Yeah.
Finish them with detail. Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion by Alderman O'Brien, second by Alderman Williams. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
16.
Yes, we're going to tab 15, page 2 and 3 again. We already put this again on Tuesday, but I just wanted you to see the changes in the cash balances. Again, we had direction from council. We do have a typo in 21, by the way, on the cash flow. That 3,000% of cash, that's incorrect. It's 235%, but it's less than 3,000. If you see that, 3,103. But if you move along to year 25, you can see that those percentages, again, we're trying to correct it in a slow fashion to draw it down, managed, talked over with our auditors, and we did our actuarial report on our outstanding claims as well. So this fund is working as well.
Second.
Wait, no.
We're doing money bullet now?
No. Oh, goodness sake, I jumped the gun, I thought,
I should get voted out.
I'm sorry, I total, you said tab 15 and number 15, so if we need to strike that, it's fine. I will check with you all when we're done with these bullet points and 15.
Okay, moving on to IT. Tab number 16, these are all in a row. The same thing. We're going to look at pages 2 and 3. Everybody found the page?
Yeah.
Now you can see if you follow over the row, our fund balance policy is to try to maintain the 250 in the PowerPoint, which we discussed on Tuesday, if you remember this particular one. Our policy is that we want to set aside 25% of the operating, between 20 and 25%. And then the policy for IT is to try to maintain a minimum cash balance above that of no less than 25%. And so this fund is right now with 23, we're right on track. And with purchases up and down, it's going to fluctuate. And so you can see on the chart, the expenditures We had a couple of years there where it was pretty low during COVID, we just didn't spend anything. So now we've gotten more expenditures than revenue, just kind of leveling that out. But if you turn to page 4, you draw your attention to the software, hardware, and capital items for 23. We have identified $394,000. Those are the big items out of IT. The big ones to make note of are in the middle, council chambers technology upgrades for $75,000. And then a lot of these are just your typical rotation, different like PCs and copiers and whatnot. They have their own life and life cycles. But we do have $150,000 down in capital for copier replacement. And again, that's on a cycle, a 5-year contract that David monitors, and that will be coming forward. But that's projected that will be that continuation of the contract. So IT's right on target. Any questions?
For those things that are eligible, are we pulling out of the PEG?
Yes, we always watch that. And part of the chambers.
Yeah,
maybe,
that's, yeah.
Maybe when we
I did
it for PD.
Yeah.
It just depends on what we do, the types of things. But yes, it should. Part of this should qualify, and then free up some fund balance.
Okay, that's why I just want to make sure.
And David, continues to be working that as well. Good question. Any other questions on IT? We're going to jump right into facility. It's the same thing. Facility, we like to try to set aside 25% for operating, $250 minimum fund balance. This is the one fund that we had highlighted on Tuesday. It's slightly under, but again, this is this high and low, and it's going to level itself out. But if you turn to pages 2 and 3, you can see their fund balance. Overall, by the end of the 5th year, it's going to be in good shape. It's back up to $423,000 over the minimum. And again, it's going to be high and low. And you'll see that on the chart where we got some big expenditures in 22, and then it's trailing off in the outer years. And the list of big projects are listed on page 4. So for 23 on page 4, $375,000 of capital. And you can see them all listed there. The biggest ones are the chiller units at Public Works and the oil separator replacement in the police department, as well as some interior painting. Yes, thank you, Mr. Walter.
Brian, under the library, in this year, 2022, replacement chiller unit, I see the outside building's been taken away. Are you making progress? Is the new unit coming, or is that the new unit I'm looking at?
No, that's not the new unit.
I didn't think so.
The new unit has been delayed several times. It sounds like it's a shipping issue. It's been ordered. The most recent update we got is that effectively the week before Thanksgiving. So it's on its way still. It's just taking a while. So
6 months or more, right?
yeah, it's been 6 weeks.
Yeah, only 6 months.
Yeah, kind of creeping by with that old unit. So.
And then you said the fence is going to go around it?
Yeah, sounds like there'll be a white vinyl fence.
Yeah, rather than that.
So that it can breathe.
Yeah, you get some airflow.
Okay. Next, the next one is our fleet fund. And as you know, several years back, this is a fund that has had significant dollars in it as far as cash value. We've kind of changed the way that we are doing it, and it's working very well. Again, we kind of have that slow drawdowns to make sure that the annual funding is still available to fulfill and replace all vehicles when it is needed. You'll see, I'm actually going to skip to page number 3. You'll see this humongous spike in 22 for expenditures. You may see that shuffle to a humongous spike in 23 because in 22, almost a huge majority of the 21 vehicles have not been replaced. And as of now, we still have almost $500,000 of vehicles from 21 that have not yet even come to be. And some of the contracts are being canceled because they're saying they're not going to be able to fulfill them. And the same thing is now happening in the current year. And this was on a lot of our larger equipment. They just can't fulfill the orders timely. And so for 23, you got the latest update from Sarah as far as the backlog, what we anticipate is gonna be a carryover for 22.
The vehicles from 2022, there's about $1.8 million worth of, vehicles that
Carried over again.
we're gonna carry over.
And so, even though our cash balances, you're gonna see them, it's like, mercy, why are you so happy? It's because of the backlog. And hopefully at some point this will all come to be. The hard part is that then drains your garage fund, your maintenance, because things happen and you have to keep the vehicles going. And, as you know, with inflation, some of those costs are going up as well, so. But Sarah, Rod, and Mike, everyone, is focusing on that and will, keep you abreast if there's any big changes, but they're doing their best to try to maintain that. From a cash standpoint, we've got ample reserves to fulfill all the replacements going forward, so. And you'll probably continue to see Sarah coming forward, wanting to order things way in advance, just like we did for the ambulances, we're a year and a half or better out on those. So, trying to do some future planning.
Okay, so we've accidentally already voted on this one. We're good with that by consensus. All right. Moving to 16.
Okay, so we're gonna start off with I'm gonna say the two easiest ones, water and WPC. I've got information I absolutely want to go through. But as you know, we are not recommending a fee increase for either one of those funds for 23. But let's turn to tab 19, and I've got Tony as my backup if we have any questions here. But the main thing I'm going to zero on, if you turn to page 3 under tab 19 for water, over there, I'm going to kind of go along the top rows and then go on down. If you take a look at 23, you will see some yellow lines there. Recommended rate increase was 0 in 23. Then you'll see the next line is Silvus. We've got that revenue from Silvus as negotiated coming on board, $275, and then skip a couple lines and you've got the John Deere headquarters for $88,000. It is nice to have that revenue source additional, because if you look along the top line, if not for Silvus and John Deere, those revenue streams are pretty flat. And that is why, as we head into that third year, Tony's going to be coming back with strong consideration for increasing that water fee in year 2025. Looking on down the row, you'll see halfway down the page, it's before the pink line there, capital purchases of $610,000. It's all here in your packet. If you turn back a few pages, we've already talked about capital, but you'll see all those projects listed by year and along that, on that row. If we were to raise the rates in years 25, if you look at some of those capital assets, hopefully with the increase in fees, not only will it make the funds solid going forward, but hopefully we can increase those project dollars as well where it's needed. The good news is in 24, and that's part of the reason that we're able to defer increasing rates in water, is that it's the pink line, it's the double pink line. Our debt is dropping off in 2024, and that frees up a considerable amount of money in that fund. It dips to 13% cash balance in 2024, but then pops up as a result of that debt service dropping off, as well as the 7% fee increase coming on board. And those are really the highlights. You can see the charts. We went through it in detail, with our contracted people on the software. If you take a look at page 5, that is the impact of the fee increases. We have not increased fees since 2014. And I know one of the things that Tony's wanting to do going forward, once we can adjust the fees this one time, is to continue to look at this on an annual basis And as our cost of labor goes up, if we have inflation or whatever it is, adjust the rates if you need to, ever so slight, even if it's like a nickel. You know, just take it out, just like a business, that it's gonna break even. And so then you're never having to have this big rate increase. So we'll talk about that more when that year comes up, but this is where we're at right now. And part of the reason we need that rate increase is just to simply meet our minimum reserve policy in 2025.
Move it through.
Okay.
More items.
Excuse me, what?
There are more items though.
Are there any more items under this?
Just to mention, currently they've got 3 vacant positions, and we talked about the utility person as well. We will look at that and make sure that we aren't spending more dollars. And we talked about capital, and then there are listings here too of capital equipment. You can see on page 6 for cybersecurity, catwalk improvements at a clarifier. Those types of things are listed on page 6.
Right, so we have a motion to approve by Mr. O'Brien, second by Mr. Moyer. Further discussion, Mr. Warner.
So is this the motion just no fee increase in 2023, or are you including the fee increase in 2025? It's just the way that it's
No increase in 2023.
okay.
Focusing on next year. Got it. Okay. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're on to 17.
Hey, we're gonna kind of hit this at the same speed. It's a little more complicated than WPC. But we're gonna hit the cash flows right out of the chute, page 2 and 3, focusing on page 3. Everybody's there. As we look along that top row for user fees, again, you'll see those revenues are pretty much flat heading in from historically 21, 22, and heading into 23. Then the reason that we start seeing some, and 24, as the rate increase comes on board, then you'll see a jump there in 25 going up in the proposed user charges from implementing an increase in both 24 and 25. But the things I want to talk about is we do have East Moline and Full Valley, and we will also be increasing those rates new here January 1 of 23. The new fee increases for those funds. And you'll see that is recommended for East Moline an additional $65,000. Do you see that in the yellow? As well as $115,000 for Full Valley. And that's going to be effective January 1. And Tony, does that come 25th? Or did it already come?
They already voted on it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Then as we go down the page, we've had lots of talks here about South Slope coming on board. Go right before the blue line, 3 lines up. We have purchases of capital assets. Those are all of your CIP projects that we talked about earlier. They're also listed in detail behind this tab. What we haven't talked so much about are the next 2 lines. It's basically equipment and then some design. So if you turn to page 6, it's a combination of both of those 2 lines for 23. You'll see $5,022,500 recommended for 23. And I might let Tony speak to it a little bit. Part of that is $2.7 million of design. And I'll let Tony talk about how we'll be coming back prior to April.
Yeah, we'll come to you sometime in the first quarter, and it could be early in 2023 with an engineering contract to design improvements. And really that will be the make or break moment where we'll actually have to start investing funds. But the first step is to design the improvements. We would then submit the design to EPA. That's really the best funding option for improvements at South Slope. But the first step is the design. So we'll have a contract, an engineering contract at some point in early 2023. We budgeted for it, planned for it.
Yes, Mr. Walden.
Tony, the mainline sewer camera, is that an additional one or is that a replacement of our existing?
That is, if you recall, we purchased a lateral launch camera a few years ago. And we're finding that and I know that you spent some time with our guys.
I went out and watched it.
So, so one of the things that over the evolution of the sewer utility here in Moline is that there was never any records kept of where the lateral locations are to the individual homes and properties. And by the Julie law, whenever someone calls to excavate property, we as the owner of a piece of that lateral, we own the part up to the property line, we're obligated by law to mark it, to locate where that's at, but we don't have records where it's at. So it's our intention to use that lateral launch camera in a systematic way, and it's going to take years, maybe even a decade, to capture all those records. But we're being slowed down because we've got some reactionary work whenever we have a clogged line or an investigation. So there's a lot of times property transactions occur. We have to look at lines. It slows us down from the actual the mapping of these laterals. So because that is the lateral launch camera is also our main line camera. So this second camera will be dedicated only to the maintenance work.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry to ask this, Tony, you can follow up with me later too, but any of these other improvements related to PFAS work?
There's nothing on the books relating to PFAS. We've been given instruction from the legal counsel that city council engaged to work through them and not pursue any funding or any improvements. It would be my intention to create an agreement between ourselves, Rock Island Arsenal, Rock Island and East Moline to do something together when that time comes, because it just makes sense because we're all facing the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anything further?
And then just lastly, to summarize, if you turn to page 5, there's just a reflection there of what the fee schedule would look like if we have fee increases in 24 and 25. No fee increases for 23. And again, we have not raised rates since 18. And I just want to also point out that prior to being eligible for an EPA loan, it's mandatory that we have to have a financial plan with incremental fee increases if needed to fully fund and be able to pay back those loans. Then we would not even get approved until we have a very detailed financial plan. And then, like Tony just said, we will not spend any of those budgeted or projected design dollars until we've gotten authorization.
And also, just to echo something Carol said earlier, we actually do have ordinances on the books that require us to take a look at the finances for water and WPC, because we received loans in the past from Illinois EPA, and they required us to put those ordinances in place that they just want us to be responsible with water finances.
Okay.
There's a footnote on page 21.
Thank you. So anything further? Yeah.
Move to approve no changes in 2023 list.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman O'Brien. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? On to 18.
I'm sorry, just clarifying, that included the fee increase, no fee increase in 2023.
Right.
Yeah, we're continuing to operate on focus on 2023.
Moving on to tab 21 is the stormwater. And we're going to start by taking a look at the cash flow as proposed. And that is on page, oops, my book is not marked. I guess the new pages might not be marked, but it's page 2 and 3.
Stab 25, is that?
No, 21.
21. And it's the third unmarked page number. Sorry.
All right, Karen, keep going.
Okay. If we take a look, kind of along that top line there, for the last couple of years, you can see again, we have not raised fees in this fund since 2026. And so as our costs continue to grow.
16.
Always correct.
Now you know we're all listening to you.
So this is, a revenue, stream that's been kind of stagnant. It's not sustainable going forward, just to pay for our operating costs as well as wanting to have additional dollars for projects. As proposed, we've got increases for 23, 24, and 25. And that would generate, you can see that yellow line there across the top. That very first, 306,000 up to 398 and then 6,000. So we're gonna take some big jumps and then we'll continue to maintain that. I mean, those monies will continue to come in with an additional small increase, which is basically salaries and operating ongoing. As we go down the line, you can see purchase of capital assets. Part of this is ARPA money, almost 1.25 million in 23 and 24 is ARPA funding for that flood mitigation that we talked about. Without that money, there wouldn't be a lot of projects in that. And so going forward, if you are wanting to do the projects that have been recommended by staff, a fee increase needs to be considered. And then if you take a look at the ending cash balance with the fee increases, it does keep us within policy. What I don't have is if we can easily do that. Our ending cash balance in 2025 is 242,000. Do you see that in yellow? Now go back up to your first yellow line. In 23, the 306, 398, and 6. Add those up. It's in excess of 700,000. If you didn't have those revenues, subtract that from the 242. Now you're suddenly hundreds of thousands of dollars in the hole, which means you'd have to defer a significant amount of projects if you did not look at raising the fees. Sure.
I noticed that additional projects can fee increase 130,000 there in 2024. If we voted earlier to include back in 110,000 for inlets, how would that be reflected in 2023?
We could actually use that targeted money as part of, if we had the fee increases, that would help pay for that. It's just kind of keeping in line with that 25% policy that if we were to keep, so we could use that towards those projects. Or in addition to, if there was another source.
Thank you.
If you turn the page and look at the charts, very briefly, I know this is a big decision when we talk about increasing fees. You'll see on page number 4, the history of our cash balances. We were very fortunate with COVID. You won't get it that way. As a result of vacancies, everything pretty much came to a standstill. And so our cash balances had been very low, hitting 95,000 in 2019. Then because of vacancies and just hunkering down and doing nothing, we were able to accumulate, some fund balances. We didn't do projects. So that's what has gotten us by, or we would be at where we are earlier. So, and then again, the fee schedule, as proposed for 23, 24, and 25, you will see again in that little yellow box on page 5, what those revenue streams will be if council moves to take staff's recommendation.
And this is probably more for Tony. When we had the discussion, we talked about, was it revising the way we look at commercial properties, that formula as well?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're proposing, and the ordinance that we propose had its first reading this last Tuesday, is to change the way commercial properties are charged for stormwater. Currently, they're charged based on a formula that includes almost all of the impervious acreage and then a small bit of the pervious acreage. We're proposing to change that so that the charge is solely based on the impervious, which is how our neighbors do it, East Moline.
So that change is reflected in this.
Yeah, so the attachment that was with the ordinance, yes, in this, we're basically shooting for the same revenue. We established a rate, the charge per impervious acre, shooting for the same revenue that we are receiving in 2022, and then we would make an adjustment to that based on the proposed increase. If whatever, based on whatever county it is.
Quickly, Tony, when I'm looking at the residential rates on page 5 in the green, those are quarterly, correct?
Quarterly, yes.
Yeah.
So what we're proposing, and Carol's PowerPoint the other day uses a medium-sized parcel. Remember that we have the residential parcels are broken into small, mediums, and larges, and 2/3 of the residential customers are smalls. And so the proposal is that, and we do intend to go to monthly billing eventually, but the proposed increase is 59 cents in 2023 per month, and then 76 cents per month for small parcel. That would affect 2/3 of the customers.
Sure, Brian?
Move to approve staff recommendations. Second.
Motion by Alderman O'Brien, second by Alderman Moyer. Any further discussion, Mr. Warren?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. As it pertains to this, and Cody and I have been in conversations and emails. I don't disagree that this fund does need some more income from it, but I am not going to support it until, and Tony did mention that there is start of some enforcement of our ordinance regarding the neighboring properties being responsible for the ditches and those sorts of things. But the other part of it is also this council's asked a number of times regarding changing the ordinance to actually fix some of the issues we have. So when people redevelop a plot of land, that they actually have to improve the spot. And then we've talked about this a number of times. Like Kickstarter's a great example up on 7th and 19th. That as long as they didn't make it worse, they could just develop it. But we need to make incremental improvements. Raising rates is easy. Yeah, sure. We'll just, it's not that much. It's only 30%, but the actual dollars are low. But I'm not going to support an increase, especially not this much, unless we address the issues that we've talked about and have identified before.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I believe that was 2 nays, Mr. Wendt and Mr. Williams. Motion passes. 19, sanitation, tab 22.
We did some same 2 payments, pages 2 and 3. And again, when we presented this back in September, you may recall that staff recommendation was a 13% increase that very first year. And then we were asked to take a look at leveling the fees out. And what we're proposing now is looking at 7, 7, and 7%. And that would generate, it's the first yellow line on the top of the page. It's about $175,000 for 23 if we were to implement it, and then going forward as well. The biggest thing is with even with that fee increase, now go down to the green line. The cash and investments as a percentage of operating. Even with 7%, that's the reason we originally recommended 13. We are dropping to 8%. And this is within already giving that $500,000 loan. You'll see that in 22, that $500,000 below the blue line in 22. Does everyone see that? That was the general fund loan. Even with that loan, And even with the 7%, we are still back down to cash reserves of only 245,000, 8%. It does begin to slowly climb as we continue to have a 7, 7, and 7 over the next 3 years, but we're still only at 11%. And it's very difficult to raise fees. We have not. If you turn the page to page 5, we have not raised fees since 2018. And again, going forward, depending on what council wants to do, and even if we do these increases, I strongly recommend every year council take a look at these, treat them like a business, and do small incremental increases if needed, just to keep pace with your cost of doing business, so that the impact long term is smaller on the customers. But if we do the 7%, again, these are quarterly charges. You'll see what the impact is up above for the years 23, 24, and 25. Jumps from 39, 33 in 22 up to 41, 31 in 23. And again, Lori, I'm sorry, I lost my page. The impact on a per month basis, and especially now that we're going to be going to monthly in 2024, 66 cents a month to try to help make this fund cool. And it would be 66 cents a month pretty much each of the next 3 years as proposed. Oh, yeah. Well, it's 66, but I'm saying an additional. It would be 60 cents this year, and then it would be additional.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, so how much ever.
Yeah. Well, it's not exactly. It's like 71 cents, 76 cents. Yeah. Was ever so slightly. But
Yes, question. Sorry. Finish, please, and then Mr. Walton.
I just urge councilors to consider to try to make this. That's what a proprietary fund is, an enterprise fund is, to try to get it to stand alone. It does incorporate all the vehicle replacements, and that alone, as we talked about, some of those costs on the big trucks are going up 12, 15, 18%. And if we can't replace them, it's high maintenance. So to say no increase is not sustainable.
Besides the price of trucks, Michael, the other tipping fees. How long is our contracts with our landfills out? Are we locked in fees for how long?
I believe the landfill till 2020, I'm sorry, 2028.
Thought we had really good. Thank you.
Yes. Anything further on this section? Sanitation? Yes, Mr. Doyle?
Just because it had been asked before, we looked at a couple of things. We looked at providing different sized carts, and then basically Rod threw a number of what he thought people would have for, and I threw a number of what I thought that the distribution would be. Then we took an average of that, and just to provide the number of carts that we expected, the cost would be $800,000 to provide number 65 gallon and 35 gallons if you went that route. So I figured we'd get about 70%, 95, 20%, 65, and 10%, 35. And he came up with another number. But if we took an average, that's what it was. So that would just cover that. And then of course we get back a whole bunch of cans that would be old and kind of used, and we have to decide what to do with those. And then one other thing that we had talked about that I thought I would bring up is that if we weren't doing the leaf pickup program, it would be done by sanitation. So what we did, just to give you a number, was the leaf pickup program for 2021 ran $612,916. $612,916. And if you figure, when we figured in the stops, the monthly costs for that program, if we were actually doing it and charging them, would be $3.32 increase in the sanitation fee. So they're actually getting. I know we talked about Bettendorf not charging for bulky waste, but this would be an additional $3.32 per month per resident, per household, that would be added onto the fee that they're actually getting for free.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
So I did want to ask about the bulky waste, because that's on here as well, and that would be a change this coming year when we go to a $30 fee. And then if we do that, my only concern, and I'm not against this, I mean, I think it's a good idea, but my concern would be then what do people do with their bulky waste? They don't want to set up the $30 fee. Are they throwing it in ravines? Are they dumping it in empty lots? I know there's some of that goes on anyway. I thought maybe the whole idea of having the free pickup is, please don't throw it in a ravine. Try to get at, put it out on your curb, and we'll come once a year. Is there?
You want to answer that?
Well, I think like anything, most people don't do that. You would have some, but my go-to thing is always that whenever grocery stores used to, if anybody remembers checks, you would give them a check. It was always 3% was bad. That's what they banked on. They said 3% of the check they got would be bad. So I always use that as if that many people are writing bad checks, that many people are probably throwing their trash in the ravines. So most part you wouldn't.
Anything further?
I appreciate working through from the one really big fee to putting it out over 3 years. I still have, I guess, a little bit of reservation, going into a recession with what's going on. 7% is still a pretty high. I would, I guess, prefer to see like a 4% over like the next 5 years or something like that. And I know they compound on each other, so it's wouldn't quite be the exact same dollars, but I would prefer a smaller increase each year over, even if it's a longer period of time, than 7% is a pretty big jump.
Would you consider going with CPI each year going forward for the next 5, not knowing what's going to be? I mean, oftentimes that's what you're using proprietary funds. You just don't guess. You use some kind of a inflationary factor that goes up and down.
Well, if there's a number we need, and I've got no problem with them, once we get to whatever the number it is, then going to that into the future. I've got.
Yeah, I don't play a little catch up now, and they just got to keep pace.
Barnes?
I'm just going to lay some data out so it'll help you make an informed decision. If we go back to page 3, just like we did with stormwater, if you take a look at that yellow line at the top, the increased fees, they're at 7%. We're about $175,000 and $186,199. If you add those together, it's just shy of $600,000. So if, number one, if you wiped it all out, if you take it against the fund balance, that would bring you down to a negative $200,000. Okay, so if instead you cut the fee in half, 3.5% to 4%, you'd basically be at a zero fund balance.
So still not solving the problem.
No.
Well, but you also have, if you went to under this in 2026, you look at the graph. Where is that? Page before or whatever. That. Oh no, I guess it's the next page. That the revenues are outpacing operating by quite a bit, and the year after that, it's going to outpace revenues even more. And so, I hear what you're saying. It's just that if you're really looking at this, I know it's some pain for the next couple of years, but we've got funds that if we wind up getting ourselves in trouble, we can get in. We can do an advance to get us through it. But you look at the estimate for 2025, you can see that the revenue is outpacing, and that's going to happen for the following year, and so we're going to start accumulating money then after this.
And again, we're building up the reserves from a projected 5% in 24, starting to try to get that fund balance back up. And right now, in essence, The general fund is already cash flow, because there are times during the year when we only bill quarterly. But that fund balance, without that general fund loan that we just did, it was dipping negative. And we would just throughout the year, of course, the business in order to pay payroll and tipping fees and whatnot. Yeah, so I just want you know,
No, I understand, and that's why I said for the next couple of years, it will be tough. But if we did that and then we continued modest CIP after that, we'd wind up, because we're already going to be above what the operating is on this one by quite a bit. But I think that's a better approach than 7 on top of 7 on top of 7 right out of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Schmidt.
I think looking at the whole picture of what we're facing with all the funds and with the increases we're gonna need over years, I didn't think any decision to put this fund balance lower and lower in that short term is just kicking the can down the road. And if we have the chance to skip years later to balance that out down the road, I'm definitely open to that always. But it just feels like this is the one that's in that most trouble right now. But then on the other side, when we get back to WPC and with South Slope coming, we're gonna get ourselves in the place trying to fix both of those at once. And I'd rather try and get this one shored up while we're not making that jump.
I appreciate your point, and that is in line with what I suggested at the beginning of the morning, which was to not get us into a position that's worse down the road. But in any case, was there another hand?
I was gonna make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Waldron. Any further discussion?
Yes, sure. I'd like to make an amendment to Pat's motion. Go back on the bulky waste pickup to the first one free, and then staff recommendation for seconds thereafter.
Okay. So there's an amendment to the motion on bulky waste pickup. If you look at page 6, that's it. Is there a second? Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Mr. Moyle. Discussion.
Do we know how frequently people do multiple bulky per year for residents? Kind of an odd question. Michael's.
Well, can I'll if we've got a prediction here of what it would reduce the subsidy, then you must have calculated how many times it happens. So.
Well, I mean, but to one household having a second request
versus across the board. Any idea? No, not off the top. Mr. Waldron.
The vast majority of those are tenants, landlords.
Oh, yeah, I mean, so a lot of repeats. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And those folks, whether it's the landlord or the tenant,
Someone
whoever's
everything
paying,
else,
I think that is a
landlord issue.
100%.
That's something we should be charging.
Mr. Williams.
And all the neighborhood groups, they're encouraged. One neighbor puts everything out, so the whole neighborhood will dump everything. So if there's a second pickup, another neighbor replacts it. So that way, whole neighborhoods can get multiple pickups. So it exists if you want to, don't want to enjoy a second cup.
But the other portion is we were doing it even though the ordinance said you only had 2.5 yards worth. We have been you put as much out there and we pick it up for free. But I think moving forward, you're going to be limited to that 2.5 yards. If the whole neighborhood comes out and throws it out in your front yard, well, you may get the first free 2.5 yards, but everything else you're going to be paying for.
They'll just pick it up, move it 2 or 3 houses down, and cough it up.
It's brilliant.
So, one thing that I was reminded of is out at tip 7 that there is going to be the tipping fees for that development out there, which I think can then be piled back into the sanitation and the reduction in what we're sending out there. So, I mean, we're doing this, we're doing rate increases where I'm not sure that's necessarily what we have here is reflecting on what's going to happen down the road.
Understood, however, until agreements are signed on a dotted line, I'm not comfortable banking a budget on that opportunity. We have to use what's in front of us.
We need something
Sure,
for
Walter.
23.
That's where I was going. That's the concern. We're only voting on 23. If that does happen, then you guys
We can
get
amend
together
it.
for another 24.
Alright, if there's no further discussion, yeah?
Oh, we're doing this amendment.
Yeah, so we can vote on the amendment to include the both of these.
I'm sorry, who was the second on the
That was a Brian.
The
Lawyer, sorry.
I just want to make sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. We're back to basically what's been presented as amended. Mr. Warren.
Then I'll make a motion to reduce it from 7 to 4 for 2023.
You're making amendment
Amendment, yeah.
to the motion. Is there a second? Oh, that fails for lack of a second. We're back to the main motion. And no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One nay, Mr. Winter. All right, we are to 20.
Our and these ones are gonna be short. Nothing has changed in our debt service fund. It's under tab number 23. I just wanna, I'm sorry, I'm really skipping ahead.
You're trying to get out.
Trying to get all of you out for the break, all ready to go.
Party that.
Tab 6, page 2. This is just to point out where we're at with our debt service. Again, no new debt proposed over any of the 3 years. And you'll take a look at 22, the blue bar. This also, I'm sorry, 21, the blue bar, that includes the new pool bonds that were issued back in 22. And then you'll see all of our debt, with the TIF bonds as well as our GO bonds. Everything and enterprise funds, everything is paid off by 2034, with the exception of our pension obligation bonds that go out until 2040. That fund's very well maintained.
Thank you. Next? Any questions? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Winter.
I have sent an email asking, because in previous renditions of these books, you had like the historic, so you can really visually see it.
And Lori and I, we talked about that. The reason it got cut off was because the PO bonds was 20 years forward. We couldn't get it to fit on one page, but we will work with that. If we can show some history, we will.
Yeah, I think that the PO bonds should probably be a different animal, because those really feel like something that we were just replacing a different liability for a financial instrument that reduced our, where the other stuff is, we were purchasing things, we were building a building, we were doing debt to create new things. So.
And we'll look at that. I don't. It'll go. That's right, or it'll go crosswise. We're just thinking about the budget.
But I think over time, seeing kind of where we were 10 years ago.
Because the trend is really great.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have all the history.
Yeah.
Decrease expenditure.
That's really it for debt service. And then moving on to police and fire pensions under 23, we already kind of touched on that. I'm not going to go into detail, but there's a lot of information and charts on the COB bonds. And they look kind of crazy if we even come to page 3. You see there's a huge change in our funded ratios now. Yeah. So I don't really have a lot to say on that. Again, that was all consolidated with Illinois. Thank you.
You did it at the right time, given where the rates are.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just want to say, as a retired cop, and I was pension board president for 20 plus years, that this was so contentious because even though the council meant well, every year it went up by millions of dollars, and it couldn't help but transfer that you hated cops and firemen because they're just bleeding this money out of the budget, and it's not going away. Besides pension NB and the cops make too much and the firemen don't don't do anything. I can't. But it just, the money kept going up and up and up. Like by wiping this off the board and doing it with cheap money, it's probably the single greatest thing that's happened in the last couple of years. So, outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Well, and thank you for all the support, you know, even that through last year. So we are actually down to, yeah, there are additional items to be added.
Okay, so we're at 22. Anything further? We've shared several ideas through the work session.
Yeah.
Mr. Warren?
I did search through for facade improvement program, the funding for that. Where is that? How much is it? What's
Yeah, I had a note on my working bulletin board that also said facade improvement program, and I was like, when did we talk about this? Where did it come from? I can't quite remember.
It's
So,
kind of like the tree bank. It's kind of gone merry-go-round, but we'll find it. Yeah.
Facade improvement?
Yeah,
Where are we at with that?
What we're doing with it.
Yeah, so facade improvement, you all passed a amendment to the program a couple of weeks ago that has expanded that now to allowing for industrial office space areas to
that must be
qualify for it. So North Evans is a big one that we had received some calls about. They were wanting to improve it and weren't originally eligible to. So hearing that from some of ours when doing the business connection visits in the community. So that's going really well. Actually, we just had two that were approved last week. So it was kind of a slow year, but we're getting it out there, and I hope opening this up will actually allow more businesses to take advantage.
Mr. Vitas.
Wasn't one of the improvements right here downtown?
Yes, right over there. Cruz, his last name, he owns the barber shop downtown. He owns another building right here at the corner of about 15th and 6th, and he's putting some work into there. So that's been a long thought for corner right there that's been sitting up here for quite a while. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Walter and then Mr. Warren.
Do we know what's it's funded at this year? Sorry.
The level, funding level?
Yeah, for facade.
Was it?
You
know, I don't know offhand.
I mean, we don't have the.
We'll get that too. I can't.
There's funding in there.
Okay, yeah, I figured it's just that the way that this is presented, we can't actually find it.
Right.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Walter.
That's a question for Eric. Eric, I had a couple of phone calls about the pool and where we stand on the construction. Are you still going to make it for 2023? What's the update?
Well, thank you for asking. I'd like to give an update earlier. Totally forgot about it. So right now, some of the plans are still sitting with the state over the water slides. Everything gets funneled through the state. They've had the specs since early August. They've come back and said we needed some more information. Most of that information was due to the water slides, because at the time it was been out, we didn't know what the vendor was for the water slides. Now we do. The information's been submitted. Hopefully we'll hear back in the next couple of weeks. We are not mission critical at this point. We knew that construction probably wouldn't happen until October, maybe early November. If it gets any later into November, we'll have to look at maybe a phased approach where we do like the new fencing, the concession stand, the new shelter, upgrades to the bathhouse before the season opens, and then at the end of the season, enter the lazy river and everything for maybe 2024. That's at that point has not been discussed with Water's Edge or Park Board or City Council. I'm cautiously optimistic that everything will be fine and we'll be ready to go in the next couple of weeks. Hoping that we're going to have a groundbreaking, but it's getting late in the season, and as soon as it gets approved, we just want to go for it. Unless anyone from City Council or Park Board has hey, we want to do this real quick, but regardless, we will have different. The pool will look different in 23. Just not for sure what that is going to be. But
thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, so I'm going to be vague. There was an issue that came up in executive session a few weeks ago, and it might cost a bit of money. Is that?
That's really.
I will leave it. Related accessibility, maybe.
Oh,
deferred type of,
We are,
is that in the budget?
we are pursuing those issues favorably with private parties in terms of getting results and getting things done. And then internally, we're still preparing responses to go back. We requested a 21-day extension in order to respond because the large volume of material that needs to be collected. Based on that, then we'll know what we're going to do.
How might that impact the budget? What should we be doing?
They swap out a bunch of projects.
Negatively. I mean, you're going to have to pay for those things one way or the other.
But we'll know.
So we
You know, it's
basically-
going to affect your CIP.
So what
It's
you're
exactly what's going to affect your CIP.
And we'll end up having to amend the budget.
We would end up doing a budgetary, as needed, budgetary amendment. Because keep in mind, even though you
Can't play
budget
for
CIP projects, not all of them happen. You know, we just don't get to all of them in a given year. So, you know,
Yeah.
these things will have a strict timeline on when we get the orders.
Okay, Mr. Macias?
Yes, I got a couple calls, and it's not pertaining to the rates for water, but when they pay online, now they're paying the fee even if you pay with a check. In particular, one person said, well, I understand the credit card fee, but paying a check over the phone or on the internet or on the website, it should be free. Like, well, I'll bring it back. I'll make a point to talk about it, but it also got me thinking, if we're going to monthly, now they're going to be paying a lot more every single month as opposed to quarterly. So just wanted to throw that out there, especially those that live, because it was two people who were retired and living on a straight income, fixed income.
If you have an automatic, you can have an automatic withdrawal from your checking account and there's no fee.
Correct.
So the ACH, so that can be set up.
It
So
was
that would be
automatic,
the
yeah.
solution for
That
it.
is the plan.
To the no fee.
I think
Okay.
that I
Yeah,
would
man.
really like it if we could get Tori's help to communicate how this is going to impact people very clearly, because we need to educate the community on this. It's another one of those things. So you could take that on how this monthly billing will work, or how the fee, or how it all works now.
Well, we
It's just
haven't-
a good point of communication.
We haven't done that yet, but we're working toward that. I mean, it's premature to say anything today because I don't think we have a program set up yet.
And it caught me off
Yeah, I
guard
get it.
because my wife actually pays the water bill, so I like, I'm sorry, I had no idea that's how it was done online. And actually, I'm going to order to set it up ACH now.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Yes, Mr. Dodd?
So back to the salt, for anybody who didn't hear, it was a state bid and not local. The South Slope, salt shed is full, and the Public Works salt shed is about 2/3, and the reason why it wasn't is because, wasn't full is because they spent the budget, their allotment of it. So, my recommendation when the next round is I would always recommend I get nervous as the salt starts dropping down in the building, and I like to have it full at the beginning of the year. So
Yeah, revolving loan fund too, was that, you guys could just what? That's.
And that's a part of that overall report, because it's all coming out of CED.
Yeah.
The revolving loan fund, the child care program,
Facade
improvement.
And then the last one was legal services. I know years ago, well, I guess maybe it's first because you guys had talked about it, and I think you mentioned it as part of the adjustments. Part of it was adjustments in legal services. How does that work? What does that look like?
Adjustments in legal services. I think what we're going to do is I've been watching the numbers creep.
Yeah.
And I don't like what I'm seeing. And then I started seeing that trend happening. I said something's got to give because it's getting out of control, and it'll just continue to creep.
Okay.
So the goal is that it really happens on all legal services that we're using. So we're going to reassess, reevaluate who's doing what based upon the way it should be done, and then reallocate that, and then give them a budget. So you got to live just like a department. You got to live within this budget. So that actually, you no longer have an open checkbook. So you get $500,000, you get $500,000. You got to make it work. So I also then have to retrain the staff for the interaction, control what's happening with that interaction. Because right now, that interaction is just happening, whenever. And half the time I never see it.
Yeah.
So we're going to put some rules and procedures in place in terms of how we access legal, when we use legal, for what purpose we're using them. And if we get to the point where, legitimately 8 months in, we hit that mark, okay. Then I know we've managed it, we've monitored it, and then maybe it needs to be a little larger. But for right now, that's why I brought it down.
So along those same lines, if we've got something or something hasn't been provided to us yet, you just ask you, don't go to Margaret.
No, that's probably what.
It's like the panhandling thing. This has been months.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And
well, where I think a big part of it is too is there was a significant amount of time spent just on recodification, trying to update ordinances. And I could go back in and I can trace that. I can track all of it and see where we really spent the most money for. I can tell them to do it and tell us. But I think that, we're going to spread out the recodification process. I mean, we got through some of the more challenging chapters at this point, and we're real close. I mean, after we get to past 6, I think we're going to be pretty good. But beyond that, then, is just take a more softened approach to that recodification project, because it's not a top priority. It's a strategic goal, but it's not a top priority of the organization. So start spreading those costs out rather than sitting here and doing what we've been doing. I don't want to say it's been a free-for-all, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah. No, and I think that sounds like you have to make sure he's under control. I do know one piece of feedback I had received from staff prior was that there was a time where it felt like there was no ability to go to legal. And I think there was then a fix for that maybe went too far the other way. So
correct. The pendulum swang too far, and I want to bring it back. Yeah.
Because we also don't want the staff to feel like, oh my God, it's not allowed to ask for legal advice, because that seems like a good way to get us into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that costs
But continuing to stay balanced with that, I know the analogy may not be great, but the three-legged stool. It's the things that pop up that can, as opposed to staying true to what's on that strategic plan and making sure the strategic plan is aligned with the dollars that we've allotted for the work that we need to do. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So I don't know this. I kind of out of when we looked at the answer link to begin with, we talked about the cost savings and so forth, and we have seen that creep. And in many ways, it's great to have a relationship with Ansel Blink, but we also give up something by not having the in-house attorney. Is there a hybrid model that might actually be more effective?
I've seen it.
Yes, I asked for that.
I've seen it
last summer.
Where
taking stock.
You could have somebody in-house, for example, who is doing certain work, and then when you get into the specialized work, they were shopping it out anyhow, even when you had in-house counsel before. You had, your legal team, plus they shopped it out. So that is the hybrid model. I mean, it'd just be reintroducing somebody who would be here 40 hours a week on a fixed salary, as opposed to, having a level of effort that they charge us for.
Yeah, but probably not having 2 full-time.
No, I would never have to.
It's been a process of, again, data collecting.
Then there's the whole insurance side too. There's the whole insurance side, because what's happening is we have legal counsel that gets assigned through the insurance carriers specifically, and we also have Ansel Blink engaging in those elements. Not happening. We need to move away from that too. So I have to clean it up. What's that?
And then the last thing is grant writing, and I didn't see a grant writer in the budget. It's been something that this council has talked about for a number of years, that something where we get some return on investment. While I had some concerns about the number of staff, if we have a staff member that is bringing in more money than it's costing us, then I would hire 2 of them. But, and so that's my concern. I didn't see anything in here to work through that. That's something I'd like to see, or a reason why it doesn't make sense.
At this point, we've just been shopping it out. I mean, we had the grant writer working on the program, highly specialized program for the quiet zone. Then we had somebody specifically working on stormwater through for FEMA. So we've been hiring them out as we go when we know that there's a specific grant we're going. No different than the Roosevelt Group and the DCIP grant, or whatever the other one they call it. There's two different grants there for the arsenal. We may pursue both as opposed to one, and we'd have somebody else writing it for us.
Yeah.
You know, somebody who's an expert in that area.
My concern is, I mean, there are grants and money for all of our departments everywhere, and our directors have enough on their plate to try to then also be an expert in grant writing. We had somebody who was the facilitator, even if you had to shop out, you know, an expert for specific one, then at least they would be taken, that would be the person that they'd be spending the time on it, and I am sure we'd wind up getting more than our fair share if we did that, rather than, right now, I'm certain we're getting less than our fair share compared to others in the state.
Something seriously to think about. I mean, right now, we've just been pursuing them on a project by project basis.
Yeah, and if we hear about something, right?
They're mostly all public works and utilities related for the most part. I mean, we're not really pursuing grants for police or for fire.
Well, we have pursued for police, and that he's gotten some.
Some, but no.
But there's
Point's
more,
okay.
and that's
a lot of money on the table.
right. There's a lot. There's a lot
There
that
is
I learned
more.
about at on that Washington D.C. trip and shared with, especially with regard to recruiting. There's special projects through cops, et cetera. But I think we're going to also need a coordinated effort with other departments.
Right. The grant coordinator is really.
Yeah, so I mean, if we could figure out that, it's part of our second budget work session, what that might cost, what it might look like, and how we fit that into the budget. That'd be great.
Okay.
All right, I think we've combined 22 and 23. So we'll look forward to some more information Tuesday. I know it's a quick turnaround for you all. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone. I will be motions for next time. The rest of it. We have no other business. Miscellaneous business. I will skip for now for myself. Sir?
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Sure.
Oh, nothing there.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
Nothing you're on.
Yeah, I don't see anyone here for public comment, and there's no executive session.
No.
I need a motion to adjourn. Mr. Moore and
Thank
Mr.
you all.
Macias. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh.